Hi everyone, welcome to the Guardianship of the Ecosystem track. Please remember to rename yourself to our naming convention and name your preferred pronoun, affiliation, and country. And remember to mute your sound and have your camera on if possible, or turn it off if you don't want to be recorded or your connection is bad. I would like also to present this track's organizing committee. Sebastian, Adeline, Christiana, Jean-Martin, Sequoia, and Jessica that will be here with us this afternoon. And you can always keep up with the program through the BioSummit live website. If we run out of time on our tight schedule, we can continue the conversations through the community bio Slack workspace. And for our speakers, please remember to end your presentations on time, and we will interrupt if we need to continue with another presentation to keep the schedule on time. If there's any potential violation of the code of conduct, please send an email to codeofcontact@biosummit.org. And thanks to our sponsors, Millipore Sigma, Ginkgo Bioworks, Waters, the John W. Henry Family Foundation, and Meet Media Lab. So in this first section of Fighting for the Ecosystems, we would like to start with MODATIMA, that stands for the Defense Movement for Water and Land Access and Environmental Protection from Chile. And they are fighting to secure water access for different communities surrounding the Petorca River against the avocado industries. And we'll watch part of the Green Gold documentary. Also, we would like to welcome Matías Asún, psychologist and the director of Greenpeace Chile, to share their fight defending Dominga Sanctuary. And we will end with an urgent message from ADAC organization from Bolivia, trying to save the Alalay Lagoon ecosystem. So we start with the video, the documentary. It's just our first section, the first 10.5 minutes.
I eat avocados probably 4 times a week.
Avocado is amazing. It's probably my favorite vegetable. Is it a fruit? I don't even know. It's delicious, but it's also a very healthy food. Yeah, it's amazing.
Avocado sales worldwide have increased 184% in the last 5 years. There's like $3 billion sales of avocados worldwide. And there's avocado food festivals that are like different companies bringing like avocado ice cream, avocado waffles. So it's become like a religion here.
Amazing.
Yeah, give it a try.
Like any other industry, you need to make sure the supply chain is properly established, from the person who's putting the seed on the ground to the people working on the land, to make sure like everything is done fairly. The avocado, that's why it's called like the green gold, because everyone wants to buy it, everyone wants to sell it, everyone wants to have it. So it's just like crazy, everything that is happening out there just to eat an avocado toast.
Queridos niños y niñas de las nuevas generaciones de mi pueblo, había una vez, hace muchos años, un río que pasaba y nunca más pasó. Ese es el comentario que tiene. Y por supuesto, a mí me llena de nostalgia, me llena cosas contradictorias de que ¿por qué pasó esto? Es verdad de que nosotros hemos permitido gran explotación que existe en nuestro territorio de un fruto que se llama palto y que ocupa mucha agua de este río. El año 2006-2007 aparecieron, digamos, grandes empresas, principalmente sector de cultivo de paltos, que en algún momento le llamaron el oro verde para Petorca, que iba a ser, digamos, la panacea, que todos íbamos a tener una mejor vida, mejores trabajos. Coincidentemente con eso, estuvo en una sequía pero tremenda, y ahí se empezó a formar un conflicto entre la comunidad y estas grandes empresas.
Como el agua, el consumo humano es lo que más es importante. Si nosotros no tenemos agua, no podemos sobrevivir, pues. Y este estanque es el que abastece hasta 8 familias que viven acá. El camión aljibe viene 2 veces por semana, lunes y viernes, viene a dejarnos agua. Paltos toman agua todos los días, hay personas que acá los regan. Todos los días los paltos toman agua y nosotros tenemos que restringirnos. Nosotros tomando agua de los camiones aljibe, que no sabemos si está pura el agua porque no sabemos qué estamos tomando. No quieren que acá que se exporte la palta para afuera porque nosotros estamos sin agua porque se la están llevando en las paltas. Entonces eso es una justicia muy grande. Entonces uno ya como que se angustia de tanto luchar, pero nunca deja de caer los brazos porque ayudar a las personas. ¿Cómo está? Ellas son personas de tercera edad, uno que vivió con ellos, me crié con ellos, y no pueden ellas luchar por el agua.
Hemos tenido buenos problemas de agua, que han habido, la otra vez teníamos que pedirle al caballero de ahí del embalse que tiene para poder traer agua para tomar, y él los dio, los colocó una manguera para acá, los daba. Estábamos secos. Yo vivo aquí más de 40 años, pues linda. Y ya antes aquí teníamos formada ya la parcela. Salía para la venta de aquí. Pero vinieron los años secos y ya hasta ahí nomás llegamos. Sí. Sí, que después mi esposo empezó a trabajar ahí en la parcela. Y era jubilado también, pero era poca la jubilación. Sí, él tenía sus años también ya. Murió de 78 años. Justamente el mismo día del año nuevo falleció. Sí, se levantó con sus labores, que él todas las mañanas se levantaba a darle comida a los pollitos, fue a darle comida a los pollos y cayó y se pegó en un tablón que había. Sí. Murió instantáneamente.
Bueno, yo la verdad es que conociendo un poco el tema, que yo he sido dirigente varios años, siento una gran frustración por mí y por todos aquellos pequeños agricultores. Por una parte la escasez de agua, las lluvias, y por otro lado viene que llegan nuevas empresas acá a cultivar y eso hacen como un acaparamiento de agua. La ventaja que tienen ellos es que ellos hacen pozos profundos, entonces lógicamente que las aguas las captan de más abajo y van afectando otros sectores que van quedando sin agua.
Ustedes pueden ver, acá por el tema que no se tiene agua, se tuvo que empezar a cortar a tocón. Entonces, para ver la posibilidad si podemos salvarlo o no para el próximo año, pero si no tenemos agua va a ser un trabajo a lo mejor de más y vamos al final a perder todo lo que tenemos, vamos a ir quedando sin nada.
En este momento nosotros lo que tenemos lo sentimos de brazos cruzados porque somos unos enanitos peleando contra Goliat. Ellos en este momento están haciendo pozos de muy profundo. Nosotros los alcanza para un pozo de 7 metros. Más no lo alcanza, la plata es muy caro.
La parte blanca que indica ahí hasta dónde está el agua en principio y se tuvo que ir bajando para poder ir alcanzando el agua. Al final siempre vamos a quedar sin agua. El sentimiento es muy grande, ver que estamos perdiendo nuestras tierras, nuestras cosechas. Nuestros padres lo han criado con estas tierras y hoy en día ya a lo mejor no los va a alcanzar ni para poder criar nuestros hijos, darle educación. A lo mejor no sabría ni explicarle en estos momentos qué es lo que sentimos.
MODATIMA surgió sin ninguna pretensión que no fuera precisamente denunciar el robo de agua en nuestros territorios. Y con el paso del tiempo, nuestra organización, junto a otras, instaló desde nuestra provincia, desde la provincia de Petorca, la lucha por el agua a nivel nacional. En la provincia de Petorca, la privación de agua tiene que ver fundamentalmente con la industria extractiva, asociado al monocultivo de palto en el territorio.
Nosotros, como ustedes saben, somos de provincia cordillera y el grave problema que tenemos es contra un proyecto hidroeléctrico.
Lo único que puedo decir es que yo vivo en la Patagonia, donde está el agua que quizás le falta a todo el norte de Chile. Y a veces me despierto pensando, no puedo creer que mis compañeros en el norte estén cagando en bolsas porque no pueden siquiera ir al baño, tirar la cadena. Pero es vulnerable también la situación que está pasando ahora con el tema del agua en la Patagonia.
En Chile están privatizadas las fuentes de agua y están privatizadas la gestión de las aguas. Hoy día existe toda una jurisprudencia internacional que sostiene que el agua debe ser un bien común y un derecho humano. Sin embargo, en Chile no se salvaguarda el agua como un derecho humano, como un bien común, sino que el agua se prioriza fundamentalmente para la industria extractiva. Es decir, el proceso de privatización de las aguas se va a seguir profundizando y por tanto la lucha por la recuperación del agua se va a agudizar.
No está privatizada el agua. Lo que pasa es que el uso del agua está regulada a través de derechos que se confieren con distintos tipos de uso. Unos son los derechos consultivos, que son para el consumo del agua, otros son derechos de agua de paso, por ejemplo, para centrales hidroeléctricas de paso, y así sucesivamente. El agua para consumo humano, en lo que es el derecho propiamente tal, es gratuito.
And we will paste this link in the Slack, so you can continue watching it later. So now we can welcome Matías Asún, Greenpeace Chile Director, with his presentation about Dominga Sanctuary and how the mining processes are endangering that sanctuary.
Thank you so much, Jose. Should I share my screen, right?
Yes, please.
I have a lot of slides, but I promise to end this on time. If my computer...
Yeah, I can remind you.
Please do so. My computer was having some technical. Okay, there we go. I'm going to use this. I'm guessing that this is the only way I'm able to see you. folks. So I'm going to try to use my screen like this. Well, as you already saw, those were my friends, and we are in the middle of an ecologist uprising here in Chile, particularly. It has happened in several other places in Latin America, but we're focused on Chile for this presentation. My name is Matías Asún. I am a psychologist. I am also in charge of campaigns for Argentina and Colombia. We're going to be talking about the coastal side of the north, particularly the La Higuera region. As you all probably are aware, there are currents in the sea. The most important one, and the one that gives Chile this cold sea, it's Humboldt, the Humboldt current, and it affects the northern part of the country in several ways. One of them includes creating a rich zone for biodiversity nearby Caleta Chañaral and Punta Choros. On the north of La Serena, if you have been in San Pedro de Atacama, it's a bit south from there. It's before the more desertic part of the country. Looks like this. It's quite a desertic area, but the sea holds one of the most important biodiversity hotspots identified by the most prominent scientists in the world for conservation for effective conservation of basically the climate and biodiversity at a global scale. We're talking about a very rich and diverse area. It holds not only a very diverse set of individuals, but also almost the whole population of the Humboldt penguin, which is right here, it's on the other side, like this here. I hacked it in my presentation. And also, it's the homeland and one of the safety spots that the humpback whale, blue whale, fin whale, and other whales use because it has so much food that basically they are visiting us every year. Sadly, as you all know, and I'm going to recommend a documentary here, Sonic Sea. It's a documentary about how sounds affect the ocean conservation, especially mammals, especially whales, because sound travels different in the ocean. And as you probably could guess, creating sounds in a sanctuary, it's not a good way to conserve that sanctuary. But also it creates physical damages, including oil spills and, of course, basically accidents, including whales. That, as you can see, that's how a whale ends up if they crossed a sailing boat. The archipelago de Humboldt, it's a set of islands. On a more physical approach, basically the island create an effect in the currents that basically gathers nutrients in the sea, and that creates sort of a jungle underwater. It's compressed by several islands, and some of them are declared already a sanctuary, but the whole area, it's been identified as a hotspot and needs to be protected on a much broader scale. The project is going to be located just in the middle of what we should be protecting. It includes a mine, a set of tailings, and a port. In case you don't know what a tailing is, it's one of those dams that includes the chemical waste of iron mining, in this case. We're talking about a huge process, a huge, massive hole, a huge tailing, and a huge port. For you to have an idea, this is how big it will be. As far as you can see, that's how big the hole will be. One of those Chinese things, you know, one of those huge things and monsters that it's incredible. In the perimeter of what should be a sanctuary. So how was this possible? No, this is how it would look like. And it's not only the sea, as we all should know by this time. The sea includes food for whatever lives in land, especially birds that eat the fish, and then somebody else eats the birds. So it's an ecosystem. Sadly, this is not a part of the comprehension that our authorities have. For you to be aware, this is how big it will be. Of course, this is not a 3D rendering, the professional 3D, but this is how big for a small fishing community, this is how big this thing will be. Not only that, our president and his best friend, no, it is his best friend, basically created the conditions for this project to move forward in the last year, and this ended up in an impeachment that was dismissed last week, but basically because we are in the middle of a huge political crisis here in Chile. It's not the only threat, but it's the most obvious one. It will basically destroy the whole ecosystem. As you could imagine, the community is already quite organized over there. But not only that, the whole country has taken into account that this cannot happen, and it's already trying to stop it. We have formed a huge alliance of NGOs, including Oceana, Modema, Greenpeace, Sea Shepherd, and some other local NGOs. Also Mission Blue, which is a very important conservation organization around the world. And well, this is not the only thing. As you already noticed, I am wearing a t-shirt which says noadominga.cl. It's a web page. It's a very simple web page that you could visit. Thing goes like this. If a service, if the state performs an act that is illegal, as a citizen, it is your right to fulfill a request to analyze that act and maybe even declare it invalid. Well, we decided to let the people do that. Anybody who wants that could basically do that. For you to be aware, we have last year we had 46 reclamations. That's the technical point. We did that 2,173 times more. So it's 100,000 people already signed the petition. So for you to be aware how big the movement is, and basically what we are doing, it's something that it's completely legal. Completely legal. This is a critical point. There is a web page that creates, because of the pandemic restrictions now, all the state bureaucracy, it's now digital. So we said, okay, so it's easier to fulfill a document saying, I think this is illegal. Now, how about if we all do it? Because it's legal. And we did it 2,100 times more than the historical record of actions against the state. It's basically a DDoS attack for you that probably are much well versed in cybernetic attacks. It's so big that it will require the postal office to work in two or 3 days, only delivering the responses, because not only it's legal, they are obligated to send an individual response to each of the citizens that decided to participate in this strategy. Not only that, we are also demanding environmental defense as a right. The usual response is you have no right to do this. And it's the same in Latin America. But how do you sustain the legality of saying you have no right if the people who signed it are it's so massive? And also, most of the people that signed, it's already working in the declaration of a new constitution that it should be included, right? Try to go as fast as possible. For you to be aware of how big this is the National Stadium here in Chile, the biggest infrastructure for public meetings in Chile, 2.07 times that size. This is the amount of people that already signed the petition. So we're talking about a stack. And it's what I want to say, it's a lot of people doing something very creative, but also very simple and very legal, which is the opposite of what we, especially Greenpeace, in the environmental movement does. We have on top of the stack pressuring down 100,000 people, creating pressure that creates a presidential impeachment, which is the political side of the stack, that creates pressure on the environmental evaluation, that creates pressure on the Supreme Court cases that are also happening on parallel. And all of these will, of course, have some impact in whatever the internal decisions of the mining company will be. So it's not an isolated strategy, it's something that will add pressure. This is the same thing when we're fighting against shale, against drilling in the Arctic, it's the same thing. It can be done at the local state. So we always have focused on non-violent direct action. But every time I'm seeing more and more ways of creating non-violent digital action. And the pandemic has opened a door for that. So since you are all sort of innovators, I thought this is a very important thing, because we're not talking about something that a hacker could do. We're talking about something that a very regular, normal grandmother could deliver. And this is amazing. I mean, this is not the only case. I could speak for a lot of time. And you can create things, material things with this. You can create action and art with the names of the people. This is one of the most interesting things. This is the company's office, and we're already creating art around it. So basically, what used to look like a set of people using pipe locks blocking a street now looks like a tsunami of people overwhelming the bureaucracy and the state services. And so I think this is a trend.
This is so crazy, Matías. I would love to speak about this the whole afternoon. And please let us know if BioSummit community can do anything about this. I don't know if they can also sign the petition.
Find the Chilean and make it sign.
Okay. Okay. I will leave the link in the Slack so people will be able to access that and to continue the fighting for the ecosystem. We have now a message from the ADAC organization from Bolivia, and they are fighting for and to protect the Alalay Lagoon. That they were supposed to be here to present this, but they are now fighting massive fire burning in the area, so they couldn't, and they sent this video.
Alalay is a fine freshwater lagoon of Bolivia. It is ubicated in the southeast area in the city of Cochabamba. Located at 2,550 meters above the sea level, it has an extension of 214 hectares, and it is a place of nesting, reproduction, feeding, and protection of approximately 130 different species of birds. 50 of them are native, and the others arrived seasonally, using the lagoon as an intermediary rest in their migration and trajectory. Most species are waterfowl. Flamingos come from southern Peru and Chile. Other species come from Argentina, Canada, and North America. The lagoon functions as an environmental humidity regulator of the city of Cochabamba. The mirror of water underwent a dramatic change because its contamination, affecting most species among birds, fishes, and microorganisms. The last 20 years, the lagoon suffered many burnings of totoras and other green areas, and the appearance of the toxic cyanobacteria. Currently, the lagoon supports a urban pressure of almost 70,000 inhabitants settled, 10,000 homes, 10 markets, and 24 factories. Also, the proliferation of macrophytes and the excessive amount of nutrients due to the entry of wash-through clandestine sewers, untreated waters, city waste because of the lack of commitments of the authority over the years. In addition of this, on the borders of the lagoon, there's the presence of sports institutions and quite a lot of activities that have taken more land over the years and have reduced the extension of the natural area of this lagoon. One of the main problems is the deterioration of the hydraulic system of the entry and the exit of water from the Rocha River, not allowing normal circulation of water entering and the normal exit of it. In spite of the recent vandalism that the lagoon has suffered, there's a lack of monitoring and control mechanisms for the shores and the lagoon and this area of influence. So there's an institutional weakness demonstrated by the Lagoon Alalay Recovery Committee. And also there's a permanent intention of overwhelmed land in the near San Pedro Mountain that is key for the water recharge of the lagoon. Because all of this, people of Cochabamba have been asking why the authorities have not applied their regulations and have not spent the money that have already been reserved for the purpose of the recuperation of the lagoon, that it is already being planned in a short-term and a long-term plan recovery. But we, the people, have already decided we're going to take actions. We are going to save our future. We need your help.
Thank you so much to Matías and to everybody here that joined us here in Fighting for the Ecosystems. Now we're going to go to the next section of the guardianship of the ecosystem track. And now I think, Christiana, it's your turn to moderate. Oh no, sorry, Sequoia. Sequoia will be presenting
now. We can get the slides up and I will introduce Jeffrey Su. But thank you so much, Matías, for bringing us some insight into the avocado industry. I had no idea that it was drying up the land. I live in a desert myself, and we've got a lot of people coming here to take our water for almonds and hay. Kind of some of the same issues. Okay, cool. And it looks like Jeffrey Su needs permission to screen share. So I would just like to thank Jeffrey Su for coming here and speaking to us about his talk on regenerative design and applied living systems. Dr. Jeffrey Su has led a diverse and intentional career as an ecologist, CEO, entrepreneur, consultant, and psychotherapist in the US, Australia, Europe, and Africa. Throughout his career, Jeff has applied living systems thinking and holistic approaches to help organizations address the most pressing environmental and social issues of our time. Jeff applies systems thinking to his own life experience and development through a dedicated Buddhist practice. He holds a PhD in ecology and environmental science and a graduate degree in holistic psychology. So thank you again, Jeffrey Sue, and we can't wait to hear about nRhythm and how we can make our organizations operate more like living systems.
Great, thank you, Sequoia. Sorry, I'm trying to get to share the right screen here. You will see my slides? No, it's going to the wrong screen again. Sorry.
No, we can see your slides. They're just not in presentation mode.
Yeah, it's going to the wrong. Let me do it this way. How's that?
Looks great.
Great. Thank you all so much. Extremely honored to be here with you all, and thank you for Matías and the other presenters for, of course, letting us bring awareness to us of what is going on with water and saving ecosystems in an incredibly important part of the world. I work for an organization called nRhythm. My background, a little bit about me, I started my career as an ecologist working in academia. Sometimes I like to describe myself as a recovering academic. I left academia. I felt it was a little, while I loved research, while I loved working with students and teaching, I wanted to do some more applied work on the ground. And through lots of different twists and turns of life and life choices, and being very lucky to get to live in many parts of the world, experience many cultures. Now, me and my partner, Trey Cates, have formed nRhythm to bring a different approach to organizational design for working with a lot of the most pressing environmental and social issues that I'm sure many of you are working on. We're very honored to work across all sectors, nonprofit, for-profit, government. We have projects in 6 different continents, and we came together recognizing that in all organizations in many different parts of the world working on incredibly important things like biodiversity conservation, climate change, social inequities, racial justice, we were coming into the same intractable issues within the organization of how the organization was being run, how decisions were being made. And so I want to speak a little bit about that today and how it applies to being guardians of this earth, guardians of our communities, because we see organizations as very broadly. So we define an organization as really any group of individuals bound together by some common purpose. And what we mean by design is the ability to arrange different things, make decisions, arrange a plan to best achieve that purpose. And so whatever the project we are working on, whatever the incredibly important transformations we are all a part of, whether it's water in Chile or racial justice in Denver, Colorado, we are all need to gather and organize and work together in an organization of some kind. Whether that doesn't need to be formal, it doesn't need to be legal, but we're all gathered together to organize ourselves and organize our work. And what we see is a very dominant metaphor in all organizations. If one just Googles how to run an organization well or how to run a business well, business is another synonym for organization, you are bombarded with images like this and phrases like this. Run your business like a well-oiled machine. We see gears and the idea of departments being gears, and we have all inherited this dominant idea that an organization should be structured like a machine. This is true for very large frameworks like the whole economy of the state of Georgia in the US, or even the nonprofit sector and collaborative sectors, cross-sector leadership. Again, we see this dominance of this idea of gears working together. It's a huge part of our language, of course. Language is a great litmus test for our deeper assumptions about the world and reality, our ontology, how we perceive things. So how many of us have said, likely in the last 6 months or so, we're working like a well-oiled machine, or I don't have bandwidth for that, referring to our own time and passion as the same as ones and zeros through, internet access. We've got that dialed in, move the needle. This is all in the English aphorisms, primarily US aphorisms, but I'm sure in each of your languages, in each of your contexts, there are examples of aphorisms like this, of comparing our work, our passions, our deep impact that we're trying to make, comparing ourselves to this machine design. And we see some tremendous consequences from this. Many of the issues that many of us are working on, we see as a consequence, because if we're thinking of organizations as machines, then we're thinking of humans as replaceable parts of machines, right? And I've owned many used cars in my life, and what happens when you have a used car? A water pump goes, you replace the water pump. A tie rod goes, you replace the tie rod. And we see many of our organizations, not just big, greedy corporate organizations, but many nonprofit organizations that we work with, seeing their labor, seeing their people as just replaceable parts of a machine that they create to make this impact in the world. Excuse me. Of course, on a meta scale, we see that we believe that this organizational design, this belief of an organization as a machine, is leading to the intractable problems that we see. It has huge impact on the planet. This is just one way to estimate the impact we are having on the planet of habitat loss. We see tremendous economic inequality now, where, of course, this is a bit dated, this slide, but we see individuals having more net worth than entire countries, using some of that net worth to shoot themselves up into space for all kinds of reasons. And this, I think Mr. Bezos has moved himself up this scale now. And this is we've created, we see this as a direct flow-on effect of this mechanistic belief, this idea that we can create this type of inequality. And from a racial equity perspective or social equity perspective, in most parts of the world, we still see race, the color of your skin, being the #1 predictor of one's access or success in all of these areas of society. And even if one were to say, well, okay, it is having these effects, but this system works well, bureaucracy works well, hierarchies work well for production, right, for efficiency, to get people to work well together. This is also not true. So Gallup does a poll every year where they estimate self-identified worker engagement worldwide. And they find that only 13% of people identify themselves as engaged at work. 63% self-identify as sort of passively disengaged, and 24%, which includes active sabotage of the organizations they are working for, self-identify as actively disengaged from their workplace. And this is true across all sectors: nonprofit, government, for-profit, tech, it doesn't matter. And this is an incredible loss of productivity, even from this, if that's your measurement of success. Gallup estimates this is costing the US economy alone $450 to $550 billion in lost productivity per year. So the good news is we see this as a design issue. We see the fact that we have designed our organization, sometimes very subconsciously, after this industrial mechanistic design. The good news is if we design our organizations in a different way, we believe we can have different outcomes and different effects. But it's good to recognize, where did these assumptions come from? Where did we adopt this mechanistic view of the world, and particularly mechanistic view of organizations? And very quickly, this is going to be an extremely sort of a caricature of this idea, but we can really trace this mechanistic thinking, this reductionist thinking for organizations, back to the Enlightenment in Western Europe, back to the writings of these, what are considered, of course, seminal writers of Western thought or European thought. And in many ways, all of this led to this idea that the universe is predictable. The universe works like a giant clock, right? In this mechanistic view that we can predict through cause and effect the outcomes, particularly Newton's work on the physical laws, the fact that we could use empirical evidence to understand the physical forces, and they could apply to small scales such as apples falling from a tree to extremely large scales like planets moving in the solar system, was extremely convincing. Unfortunately, it led to the idea that actually we could apply this to all human endeavors, particularly from a European context. And there's three inherent parts of this thinking that we really see as barriers, or really see as contributing to this intractable view of organizations. The first, of course, is this idea of the Cartesian split. Descartes split the world into, or split phenomenon into this idea that there was mind and spirit, which he saw unique only to humans. And there was matter, including animals, which was dead, which was inanimate, which this matter could be predictably followed through reductionist mechanistic thinking, and it followed natural laws just like a machine. Lots of Descartes' writing is actually looking at animals like machines and describing them as simple machines. And of course, this led to this is a big contributor to this, of course, is the idea of reductionism, the idea that we can understand all systems by looking at observing and predicting through specific parts of that system and understand the whole system. And this, it's good to mention, this was a disruptive thought at the time. The idea that we could observe and predict did disrupt the idea of sort of divine rights and divine rule in Europe at the time. But of course, the problem is that we took these work of Newton and others, and we thought we could apply this to all kinds of other human endeavors, like economies, like communities, like psychology, like all of these other much more complex systems. And inherent in part of this is the idea that there's man, and I use the word man here instead of human deliberately because it was viewed as man, is that man has this right, this dominance over nature, because nature is dead matter. Animals is dead matter, trees, we can understand it and predict it. So viewing life as a machine justifies its extraction, justifies that natural resources are there for human consumption, and also justifies the exploitation of other peoples in this same line of thinking. And let's recognize that this dominance, how did this become such a dominant view of our cultures, of our organizations? That I think I'm optimistic about this, that this is actually in deep contrast to the view of reality held by almost all other philosophical wisdom and spiritual traditions that existed before this time, after this time, and even concurrently with this time. It's deeply antithetical to Asian or quote unquote Eastern religions, which I'm very close to, like Taoism and Buddhism and Hinduism. It's even antithetical to other European thinkers of the time, ideas of vitalism, the writing of Heraclitus and Heidegger, pagan wisdoms. And of course, indigenous wisdom, indigenous cultures are all around the world. Ones that we have some direct connection with was Native Americans. We work with some in Peru, Australia, South Africa, New Zealand, all have this very different view of reality, a very different view of this reductionistic, mechanistic view of life and of how things work. And we want to recognize that we got here through a design, we got here through intent. So this European thought, this European extractive mechanistic thought has been imposed through the world, through colonialism, through direct creations of slavery, and continued design of our institutions and systems with white supremacist ideals and systemic racism. That it's been advanced and reinforced, of course, and accelerated by the Industrial Revolution, by a traditional capitalistic idea. And we are now at a moment where This is the dominant model of our organizations across governments, institutions, and most of the social systems that we are needing to work with, and push up against in order to achieve many of the things most of you are trying to achieve. And these other views are getting more and more pushed into the background, or have been more pushed to the background. And part of the issue, we see it as that we have misidentified different types of problems, right? That we think of, in particular, we think of the words complicated and complex as synonymous. But actually, complicated problem like building a rocket and sending it to the moon is really no different than something like building a cake. But something like raising a child is very, very different. And what makes them different is that both simple and complicated problems have a known set of inputs. They have a recipe or a blueprint one can follow. That you can follow a series of known steps, change, there are some differences, there's some known assumptions, but those effects are manageable, and the results are repeatable. We can bake a cake in many different parts of the world. Those of you living at high elevations know you need to adapt that recipe a bit. And we have now built rockets in many different organizations, many different countries, and now billionaires are being able to build their own rockets and shoot themselves up into space for all kinds of reasons. But complex problems, like many of the issues we're working with, are very different. And in particular, as an example, raising a child, right? There's no recipe for raising a child. It's very different in every situation. It's very unique. There's an interdependent set of inputs. Every child comes to the world with as their own being. There's an unknown set of steps, and therefore the outcomes become unpredictable very quickly. And so we need a very different way to manage complexity. And so at nRhythm, and I'm sure many of you are also aligned with this, we say, what's the alternative then? If most of our organizations have been created with this mechanistic model in mind, then we look to other types of systems. We look around us and see that life as a system manages itself very differently. Life is a complex system that doesn't have this centralized top-down structure. And so we at nRhythm are very interested in thinking about our organizations and using life as a model. But what do we mean by life? There's many different models of life. Here is one fairly dominant idea of life, pushed forward by Disney, by this particular US. Most children in the US have this view of life. And even as a child, I never quite understood this concept of life, right? There's all of these prey animals celebrating the birth of a predator, the Lion King, that on any given day, if it was hungry, would gladly eat one of them. And our children know this. It doesn't match intuitively. Our children ask us about this, and we give some fumbling answer about the circle of life, and things are balanced, and zebras want to be eaten, or do they? I don't really know. And so this is a very messy model of life. And if we're going to design our organizations, then we need a more robust view. And of course, what Disney is pointing to is actually not a circle of life, but a cycle of life. The idea that predator and prey populations go up and down in relation to one another in an interdependent way. And of course, Disney never wants to show us this aspect of how that balance is maintained. And so what is life? It seems like a very intuitive understanding. And again, taking from a European scientific perspective, actually, the study of biology is supposed to be the study of life. There should be a good, simple, robust definition of life, but it's actually quite hard to do. I normally like to take more time with this, but I'll introduce this and let you do it as a thought experiment. Just very quickly, take a look at these objects and just classify them into two lists very quickly. What is living and what is not living? And knowing the audience here, I ask you not to get too philosophical about this. Not to say, of course, all of these things on this list contain energy, all contain carbon, all contain matter. One could easily say at an abstract level, they are all the same. But maybe answer this: what would you save from a burning building first, if you had to choose? What do you have an ethical or moral or connection to, or a relational human connection to, and which ones would you see very differently? And the next step is, in your mind, say, well, why have you made those choices? Why have you split them up? What do you consider to be living? How would you define what is living versus non-living? And come up with a set of criteria that applies to both lists. This is often called the game of two lists. So as an example, you have to come up with a set of criteria that works in both directions, such as all living things eat pizza. That means all non-living things can't eat pizza, as a very silly example. And if you go through this process, which most biologists have done, you'll come up with something like this. This is actually from the opening chapter of an intro biology textbook, which will often say life can do many of these things, but not all the time. And non-life can do some of these things some of the time, but not all the time. And this is very messy definition. And there are very cool that we are also have presenters from Chile, because at the center of our work is the work of Humberto Maturana and Francisco Varela from Chile. Their work is often referred to as the Santiago School. And they were the first to take a holistic or systems view to this question, what is life? And I'll skip through this very quickly because I know I'm short on time. But what they did was they empirically looked at every aspect of a simple form of life, an E. coli bacteria. And what they found was that the defining aspect of life is that life can maintain itself. It can self-repair. It can self-regenerate. They could recreate these biochemical pathways in the laboratory, but only when they are interconnected, deeply interconnected, incredibly complex set of chemical reactions, could an E. coli can repair itself. Actually, they estimate that each one of our cells, every living cell is doing about 1,000 repairs a minute, 1,000 examples of self-regeneration a minute in its lifetime. And they coined this term autopoiesis as the defining aspect of life, which is Greek for self-poetry or self-making. So they defined life as an organized system capable of maintaining itself within a boundary of its own making. And we use this and say, what does it look like to create an organization with this as the definition? And I'm going to skip around a little bit because I'm underestimating time. Sorry. So if we are thinking about a machine, and the machine is our dominant definition of an organization, then here is a definition of a machine from Webster's. It says a machine is a structure that uses power to apply forces and control movement to perform an intended action. And so therefore we are saying that an organization is a structure that uses power to apply forces to control movement to perform an intended action. And we think this is very applicable to many of the organizations that we have all created, that we are all part of. And instead, if we take this definition of life, that life is an organized system capable of maintaining itself within a boundary of its own making, or therefore life can regenerate, we are asking the question, what if organizations, we can define organizations this way. What if all the organizations we work for were living systems that are capable of maintaining themselves within a boundary of their own making? And how we are choosing to do this then is we recognize that there are certain design principles that we can identify in living systems. And we are asking the question, Rhythm, what if we were to design our organizations with these principles in mind instead of the extractive mechanistic principles in mind? And so there's many ways to think about this, but we've identified 6. We recognize that if we think of our organizations from a holistic perspective, we understand that there are emergent properties that are greater than the sum of its parts. And we value the entire system and create conditions, manage for conditions that allow that emergence to happen, where all the relationships we recognize as important, and we manage for and create conditions for interdependence, while at the same time recognizing the uniqueness and unique contributions and the unique individual genius of every member of that organization.
Thank you, Jeff. I think we have to wrap up on time now, but maybe we can still do that small exercise with you and end on a few questions during this 5-minute break.
Okay, great. I'll just skip to this slide and let you read that, and I'll go ahead and take some questions.
Are we? Yes. Are the companies taking this very? Are they welcoming it, or do you experience rather pushing back? How easy it is to have it implemented?
You know, I think we are. Maybe another way to answer the question is, you know, many people ask us, is there a sort of prerequisite for a company taking on this approach? And we would say the one thing we have seen across many different sectors, organizations that want to work with us in this way, is the idea of emergence, is the idea that there is some outcome that they cannot directly predict from the start and directly control through prediction and through an understanding. How people come to that openness is a combination of their own wishes, their own views, as well as people seeing things not working, right? Seeing companies go through difficult times, seeing the same problems emerging over and over again is when people tend to be open to an alternative view of an organization.
We had a question from Mark. He says, so how do we start regaining our orgs?
Sorry, regaining our?
I think he means organizations. So how do we start redesigning our organizations?
Yeah, so we, if one gets in touch or takes a look at our website, we have a design process that we have created that follow we keep these principles in mind. And I'll say at a very high level, it is about, if we take this living systems approach, we understand that we have to think of our organizations like a garden rather than a machine. And how do we then foster conditions for our people, foster conditions for our organizations? How do we create the conditions in that soil for the outcomes to emerge, rather than driving outcomes through control and through pushing for efficiency and productivity? So if people are interested, please get in touch. We have a design process that we lead people through, and happy to talk more about that another time.
So I'm Sebastian Kamau. I'm a student at the Media Lab, and I'm really excited. This is my 5th Bio Summit. Yeah, I think I've been to just about everyone. And these talks we've heard earlier, I think are going to be a great segue for us to talk more and hear more from the rest of the community. So we have a series of 4 short presentations from other Bio Summit members, and we'll have this session go till about 4:05. And love the activity that we've had in the chat. So if more people want to continue that activity, ask questions, stay engaged, that's one route. Again, we also have the Slack channel where we can continue conversations beyond just this session today. And I guess without much further ado, if Nathalia Flórez from and Alexander von Humboldt, or from the Alexander von Humboldt Biological Resources Research Institute. That's a mouthful, from Colombia. Would like to get started. You can have the floor.
Yeah. Hi, everyone. I'm just going to share my screen. Can someone please allow me to share my screen, please?
Christiana, you have to stop sharing.
Sorry.
You should be able to now, Natalie.
Yeah.
I think that it is now on the screen. Yes?
Yes.
Okay, well, I start to be a member in this community as a teacher in a university. I have to change for many reasons to a different job. So I start working with the National Biodiversity Research Institute here in Colombia. As many of you maybe should know, Colombia is one of the most diverse countries around the world. It's the first with the highest diversity of birds and orchids, the second with plants, amphibians, and so many biological groups. And it's a challenge to take advantage of this huge biodiversity, including that actually we also have a really huge cultural and indigenous people biodiversity is a really complex scenario. So working with in the institute, the public institute that is in charge to take decisions to conduct research regarding biodiversity is a huge opportunity. So I start working in a group that is interested to understand the nature's contributions to people and the benefits, and we're looking for something in the biotechnology field, and what I was thought my workplace will be like. It was like in the lab. I am a biotechnologist, but as it really looks like is that I have to go to the field, work with the communities, talk with them, and try to figure it out how to take value of this biodiversity through technology. So we are now interested to see if bioeconomy can be a driver for sustainability transitions. And one of the examples in the projects that I've been working out is trying to generate new value chains from non-timber forest products. Especially, we are like analyzing how the communities are producing this flavor that it's made of the seeds of this huge tree that it's in our language, it's traditional knowledge, it is called Guaymaro, but it's also present in many parts of the North and Central America. It's more famous as the Maya nuts because Mayas used to eat it a lot. It was so important from this culture, the Guaymaro seeds. And the interesting part of things is that this tree grows in the tropical dry forest that in Colombia, there's just like the 8% remains of the original area that the forest was occupied, and just around the 6% is in protected areas. So we have to engage communities if we want to conserve the part of the forest that is still there. But the people just like cut down the trees because someone pays from the timber. And if we maybe explore some new ways to use this biodiversity and to generate some economic alternatives to these people, it could be also a possibility that they start to be guardianships of ecosystems as we expect. So we basically go to the field, try to understand the barriers and how is the socio-ecological and socio-technical scenario to figure it out how we can like try to help and try to conduct research that helps to overcome these barriers. Some other example of the projects that is conducted from the institutes from this bioeconomic perspective is something really interesting that they have done in one of the biggest herbal markets located in the Bogota capital city. So there are around 30 vendors whose livelihoods depends on this urban biodiversity, and some multidisciplinary team goes there, try to talk with the people, understand the species that they sell and the knowledge, the traditional knowledge associated with them. The amazing thing that is in just one single market, we identified around 380 useful plants, and most of them were actually native plants from Colombia. And what they have done is like a catalog, so they can sell their plants, trying to explain the people like also scientific knowledge. It's mixed with the traditional knowledge. For example, they have like one page from each species, and also like some quotes regarding the traditional use of these plants, and also some academic mixed, like if it is less concerned or is endangered, the species, how the people use it, and try to educate and construct with them some protocols to take advantage of this biodiversity in a sustainable way. Also for us, it's really important to understand the governance process and the people that it's behind this biodiversity and the nexus between this. And for example, some of the cool things that they do, it's trying to recover the history on the stories of the people that work in in this market, and yeah, as try to figure it out how we can like continue to give value of this biodiversity from a different ways. And for example, in this project also some of the restaurants work with us in a co-creation lab, when the people from the market and the chefs and researchers, mostly botanics works, try to create like new combinations of herbal plants for like create new spices, new condiments, new forms to cook and to use the plants, and also new infusions or teas, for example, that could help to deal with menstrual relief pain and things like that. And with that knowledge, so they can increase the value of or the price of the herbals that they sold at the market. And it's a way to understand that not is just the scientific knowledge in the high tech could help people to preserve and restore the biodiversity, that also this traditional value could be in part of a less sophisticated value chain that have impact in the conservation and in the livelihoods of the people that it's around there. So our bioeconomy vision is that, of course, we have to understand the complexity of the relationships between the socio-technological and ecological systems, how the livelihoods of the people are around this biodiversity, how is the governance, how we can benefit sharing, and what is the ecological ceiling of the use of these species. Of course, we try to figure it out the regional perspective, because our country has a lot of inequalities regarding the space and the technology and the accessibility. Even we have a lot of things that they are even not electricity around. So we have to think how to create these incentives to biodiversity conservation through their sustainable use. And we are trying to integrate this transformative innovation framework in which bottom-up approach and solutions just pop up from the people that actually lives there. So this is all I have to share with you.
Thank you for sharing, Nathalia. Do we have about a few minutes for questions if anyone would like to follow up with Nathalia?
Hi, thank you for your presentation. That was wonderful. Maybe I missed a detail here. I wondered, where do people grow these herbs themselves? Do they collect them somewhere? Is this something that they can grow in like city type environments?
Most of them were like wild plants that they found like in the peripheral area of the city, yeah, like in the mountains nearby the places. Yeah, more of them is not cultivated plants. They just go to the forest that it's yeah, in the peripheral area of the cities and pick up them. So we are trying to understand and to help them to respect some limits of the use of this plant, trying to give time to regenerate, and in that case doesn't put in danger the use of the plant.
Right, so they're really foraging a limited resource, so to speak.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nathalia, is there a web page or maybe social media that we can follow to have like to know the next steps of your project or your work?
Yeah, I can share the social media of the institute right now, and yeah, the idea is it's now as a biotechnologist. My challenge is try to understand how we can put a little bit of sophistication in these value chains. But yeah, for me, what's really important things that vision that all the development of our scientific knowledge has to be in concordance with the values, and the people has to be part of all the developments. But yeah, I'm going to share the social media of the institute. Thank you everyone for the nice comments in the chat.
Thank you so much, Nathalia. And we'll be sure to put those in the Slack as well, so that it lives on just beyond this Zoom session. So up next, we have J.I. Soto from University College London talking about ecological disobedience, a study beyond the postmodern green era. So J.I., if you'd like to take the reins, it's on you.
Yes, hello. Can you see my screen? Not yet, right?
You should be able to share.
Yeah.
I'm sharing now?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. So first of all, I'm so sorry for not having the background. I tried to like put it, but it didn't work. So I'm sorry for that. Hello everyone. My name is G. Soto. First of all, I would like to thank you for the platform of you give us to present my project. And I would like to also mention that this project, it was my master project from the last year, and it's a part of a group project with two classmates, two colleagues. And today I will just present my part, but this was a very interdisciplinary project. So maybe there are parts that can see like missing, is because that part was made for my other classmates. I will divide this short presentation in 4 parts. The first one is going to be site, then ecology, microbiome community, and I will end with the materialization of our green infrastructure device. Today, the concept of gardening for wildlife is widely used, but it's a concept that in the past was not very well incorporated for many fields or for many people. And the division between architecture and what was wild or what was natural was like a clear, like a clear wall. Like a wall. And we were thinking that maybe in the future, if we were able to incorporate this into like an interior landscape, or incorporate the ecology to cities, or have like this kind of biodiversity within cities, we will be use a better built environment. So talking about like these cities that should be more greener, or they just claim to be like the green city or the forest city, we end up with this city called Milton Keynes, which is a city in England, and it's a city from the new city projects from the 60s. And this is supposed to be a sustainable city, a green city, a city that was made for the human, but sadly was based on the modernism. That means was based on concrete, glass, steel, and was made for the car or the machine. So you can see like this is very structured grid and a very infertile materialization of the city. And claim as a city that should be more green or incorporate the nature is actually failing nowadays. There's actually some projects that incorporate Milton Keynes into this kind of three specific zones, zone 8, 9, and 13, as a possible green corridors that integrate existing sites for a specific scientific research into a more global region, which is Buckinghamshire. And we were looking at those specific areas, but none of those include the city of Milton Keynes. And we were thinking why we don't transform, or we don't like invest more time and resources into the city of Milton Keynes. So that could be like a very nice network, and we will avoid the fragmentation of these ecosystems. So talking about the ecology of this area, I would like to talk first about the south part of England. So you can see over here that now it's classified as a CFB, which corresponds as an oceanic climate. And this is typical for West Coast in higher middle latitudes continents, and generally feature mild summers. But there's studies that speculate that in the few next years, the Mediterranean climate will rise to the south part of England, and this will become a problem for all the ecology, all the biodiversity now thriving in this area. So we're thinking which kind of a species will survive, which kind of species we will use, or which kind of a species will we be able to live within us and our new climate. And that's how we start to take how we start noticing all of these plants growing in cities, all of these plants growing in materials that were not supposed to grow these plants. You can see around the city, probably all around, like these pictures were taken in Milton Keynes and in London. And you can see like all of these species, some of them were non-native, some of them were native, but at the end of the day, those were species that grow within the city and living by themselves. So we're thinking, what about incorporating these architectural materials into a more green spaces, but with the idea of like the disobedience of the ecology. These are some BSBI, which is at the Society for the Botanical Society here in UK, and you can see they just divide the entire land into this grid, and the specific grid for Milton Keynes is SP83, and we carry our research into some common species, common native species, and how they have been developed from the last few years until today. So in this graph, you can see like a big peak in the between 1980s and 1990s. And this might be because of the more recorders, or because there actually were more species that is not clear enough. But you can also see this kind of clear gap between these 10 years, and after it doesn't look very clear what's happening. So we're thinking, why is this happening? Is this just because of the urbanization? Is it just because of anthropological problem, or is actually because there were no recordings? Those species were selected because they're like common species, or there were common species in the area of South England, and nowadays you barely can see them within the area. So how we can like help those species to survive in an environment that actually don't want them to survive, which is the urban areas. So we're thinking about like how these microorganisms live with plants and the microbial plant ecosystems. We were looking at the lactic acid bacteria, which is this road-shaped bacteria, and it had been studied as a organism that is able to improve nutrient availability, acting as a biocontrol agent, alleviating biotic and abiotic stress, and directly stimulating the plant growth. So we carried some experiments to try to see if this lactic acid bacteria actually work with our species. We did some experiment with ornamental plants at the beginning, with a bulbous plant like narcissus or hyacinths, and you can see a clear difference between the treatment ones with the control ones. So we're thinking, what about if we incorporate this into a materiality that allow us to thrive or nurture plants in the city? We did more experiments, but the results were like proving the same. This is the control one and this is the treatment one. So you can see the difference between the one treat with the one in control. So we're thinking, what about if you mix these materialities? And this is the part when I said before, one of my classmates was working with bacterial cellulose. I was working with lactic acid bacteria, and we tried to incorporate these two to try to check if there was actually a microbial community between them. We end up with these differences between the control one with water and the one that mix lactic acid bacteria and bacterial cellulose, and we discovered these bacteria, these microorganism communities that might actually help the growth of plants. So we test this lactic acid bacteria with other kind of materials, and we end up with a combination of a biomaterial composed by clay, lactic acid bacteria, and bacterial cellulose. And we work like for 4 months to try to combine this together to try to get a material that was able to support the soil and to support the plant growing. So now I will finish with the material part. We did like so many experiments, different proportions, different materials, but as I said before, we end up with lactic acid bacteria, bacterial cellulose, and clay to incorporate into this new materiality that allow plants to grow happy in the cities. We start to do some morphologies. We try to follow what was able like in the market, and we end up with this kind of pocket or green wall or green roof. There's always have this kind of pocket areas to grow plants at the beginning, but at the end of the day, the plant will die because they don't have enough space or don't have like enough filtrations, or the material itself is not like a organic or a material that actually give nutrients to the plant. We were working with different morphologies to try to identify the best ones. Those were just examples with 3D prints. And at the end of the day, we end up with these 9 different morphologies. This is the digital part, this is the 3D printing one. And we test them all to try to check which one was the best for our goal, which is like growing plants within buildings. We select this one because it was able to hold the plant, hold pockets for soil, and doesn't fall out with rain or other environmental conditions. We actually divide this one in 4 because we wanted to get a product that was made with low technology, and was really difficult to find the right one to produce in mass. This geometry also allows us to have a different surface cover, so we can replicate this product for 1, 10, 20, 30, 100, whatever is needed. This is how it might look like within a building. And this is like our speculation of how this material will nurture the plant growth. We were working to try to incorporate this new materiality, which was a living material because incorporate the lactic acid bacterial and the bacterial cellulose into the clay, and still have the mechanical resistance to support plants and itself. So we use this ceramic technique, which is the technique of a mold, and we incorporate this material into the mold. We wait for some few days, and we get these tiles, and these are the tiles that we were using for our project. The tiles obviously were different based on the material consistency, the mechanical properties, the amount of water, but at the end of the day, we end up with a tile that was able to produce the material that we wanted. And this project hasn't been installed yet, but we were able to produce tiles enough to cover an entire wall. And this is how we look the project finish. The plans are not there yet, but we are working on taking pictures of installation in Milton Keynes. That will be my presentation. Thank you.
Wow. Gee, saw an exhibit a couple years ago that had a similar tile framework for supporting bacterial growth. And it made me think, in this schema that you have, how often would you have to reapply the bacteria? Or is it going to be self-sustaining? Just a question I had.
Yeah, so lactic acid bacteria is actually a very common bacteria in all surfaces. You can find it in your skin, in your gut, in the most of plant soils. And once we inoculate the material with our lactic acid bacteria, it's able to survive because you have the bacterial cellulose. So that cellulose helps to the bacteria to survive.
Thanks. We have probably enough time for maybe one more question if anyone else has something they'd like to ask.
Yes, I would like to ask you, are you sharing your work on the field? Like, do you do this like only research, or do you go into communities?
Yeah, so we start our project as an academical project while we contact the Milton Keynes Natural Society, and now we have our installation in Milton Keynes. And we want to do this because at the beginning we were thinking using materials that were available for everyone. That's why we work with clay, lactic acid bacteria, or bacterial cellulose, they're like very easy to produce. And now we want to install more panels within Milton Keynes.
All right, well, thank you so much, G, for your presentation, telling us about your work. I think it's a nice segue, thinking about how we live with buildings and how buildings be made with principles of ecological disobedience, to now move on towards thinking about developing sustainable processes through interspecies collaboration, which is the title of Dian-Jen Lin's work and their talk. So
Thank
without
you.
further ado, take the floor.
Can everybody hear me all right? Yes, yes, thank you. Let me share my slides. Can everybody see the slides all right? Yes.
Yes.
So, let me see if this works. Yes. So hi everyone. Sorry, I'm not using the background. I tried using it and then I've just become a floating pair of glasses. So I thought maybe this is a bit better. So hi everyone, I'm Dian-Jen Lin, and you can call me DJ as everybody does. And I'm the co-founder of Post Carbon Lab. And I think it was really interesting because the previous speakers talking about the sort of bio elements on building areas, and then we're talking more in the fashion and textile space, and I'll share more with you. So, yes. So the reason that we start doing what we're doing is because we started with the really popular question of what is, people are talking about sustainability a lot these days, and we work in the fashion/textile industry. But I think sustainable fashion has become such a big buzzword, and we think it's really complicated to decipher. And There are so many different types of variations of definitions that just serves people's purposes. So we thought, why don't we say and try to answer what is the ecological role of fashion? And so essentially what we do at Post Carbon Lab is that we grow microbial colors or coatings or finishes on textiles, and then create beautiful colors and patterns on textile surfaces. And sometimes when we do that, we happen to create the same impact as a tree. This is kind of like the range of colors that we have, from the sort of greenish colors, brownish ones, to the red, the purple, the yellow, and the bluish ones. Essentially what we help is that we support textile-based businesses to do textile-based coloration R&Ds. And I'm going to tell you why. Fashion is a very notorious industry because it actually produces 10% of humanity's carbon emissions, which is more than maritime shipping and air flights combined. And the second reason is that 20% of the global water pollution derives from textile dyeing process alone. And that involves carcinogens, heavy metals, and these practices usually take place in developing countries, which is really, really dreadful because, you know, kids in Indonesia are getting liver failure or kidney failure, which are only, if you're an alcoholic, that will only happen. And these are some of the collaborations that we've done. I will talk more about in the second panel that I will take part in. But because we're on the track of the guardianship of the ecosystem, I'd like to talk about our sustainability and sourcing side of things. So at Post Carbon Lab, we have a really weird and peculiar sourcing policy. And I think in the ecosystem context, we're working more in the urban ecosystem. So instead of say, because I'm based in the UK, London, where things are very difficult to source apart from buying from Amazon, which is a sad thing. But we decide that as a business, we don't really want to do that. We prefer to scavenge and forage first, and then we buy firsthand as the last resort. And I want to say that this is really important because here is a fox that we encounter in the middle of the road where it's been trapped in plastic and died. And I think people don't, I'm sorry for the horror picture I see people, sorry. I want to say that, you know, waste is definitely, in a way, whether we like it or not, contributing to an impact in the urban ecosystem. And I'll share some more lighthearted videos to let you forget the horrid scene, sorry. So here is a footage of us collecting abandoned fridges and windows all over London. And they really said they're just abandoned on the roadside, and we essentially clean them, and then we assemble them, give them tender love and care, and create incubators out of them. And so these are the incubators we made. It's really funny because I think fridges are something that's like a sort of like medium range, expensive / cheap electronic appliance that people just don't bother to move along with them. So, and then we, you know, you embed like sensors, etc., and then that allows us to grow microorganisms. These are the Victorian windows that we picked up where people just, you know, when they want to swap out to double glazed windows, we take them and then we clean them. And then here's my co-founder here, Hannes, on the right. He's turning them into photo bioreactors. So this was something that we shared in 2019, where we grow microorganisms and then for textiles. But this is version 1, they still leak, and but with the wood, it created more contamination than we wanted, so we didn't end up using them. So this is more of the upgrade version, and here's a bit of a the upgraded photo bioreactor system where we grow microorganisms. In photo bioreactors case, it's more like the algae and nanobacteria ones. Yeah, and a little bit of the anatomy, you know, they're from the PVC window frames that's arrived from the windows, and then the shelving units we picked up from P2P networks in London, like FreeCycle, where people would have these IKEA wall mounting elements that they just had too many in some old windows. And So we just have a very sort of peculiar way of sourcing the waste, and then we like converting them into things using like a MacGyver way to do this. And then, you know, as a side thing, we also do our Patreon community to build, you know, and foster, share these kind of open source building, you know, lab equipment, etc. So if you're interested, there's a QR code. So this is our presentation, and thank you. I will talk more about, thank you. I will talk about more about the microbial colorations in the panel, and you can follow us on Instagram, or that's our website. Thank you.
Thanks so much. I was wondering, like, in your converted window frame to photosynthetic bioreactor, what have you been able to grow in there? And
what was the first part of the question? I didn't catch it.
So in your converted Victorian window frames, photosynthetic bioreactors, what have you been able to grow in them? Do you run into any problems with, like, I don't know, if they have like UV filters on those window panes or in the glass?
So actually, I think with upcycling, there's definitely quite some challenges. So, well, not to mention just like through the carrying and the moving process, you might end up breaking a couple. And then we also discovered, you know, in the beginning, we incorporated with the wood, and then that became like a source of contamination, which is a problem. And then also, you know, in reality is that well, a bit of the window waste management side industry part. So usually if from the construction side, when people swap out windows, if you work with developers like large scale, they'd be able to take those and then bring them for recycling or upcycling, because window silica itself is really recyclable. However, in the individual cases, if you're like you own a flat, you're a landlord, and then you want to swap out some of the windows, and you want to individually have those windows recycled, nobody's going to collect them because it's just like not worthwhile to do so. So then we actually come and collect them on a sort of P2B basis. And yes, a lot of times people have like some kind of stickers, you know, like, I don't know, for supporting whatever ideology they have, and then we'd have to like go through a lot of trouble trying to remove them. And sometimes some of them are like already melted because from I don't know, these windows have been used for years, and it's just like integrated into the glass. It's impossible to remove, etc. But we are quite selective in the, I mean, we look at the ones that we can. So some of them are, I'm just geeking out about glasses here. some of them are like tempered. So the tempered ones and then the non-tempered ones, we'd have to use different methodology to create them, because the tempered ones, you can't cut them with like into the shape you want, for instance. So we'd have to kind of have different methodology for upcycling that.
Great.
Did I answer your question?
You did. It sounds like there's a lot of individual considerations when you find a window you want to upcycle.
I mean, we're trying to do some more, you know, protocols to be able to like so pass on to other people to do it, yeah, because otherwise it's really difficult to scale.
Someone in the chat Jessica mentioned that the community would love to have any documentation you would be willing to share about converting fridges.
Oh, it's actually I think it's already available online, and we actually like we like a lot of things. I didn't come from a science background, just so everybody to know. A lot of things we actually get from the open source communities, and I can recommend some really nice sensor suppliers. Yeah, if anything. Well, thank you for Ruby's nice messages.
All right, we have some time for some questions from everyone else too.
If anybody has questions, yes. Otherwise, thank you for your attention. And you can follow our Instagram.
I want to know what's next. What's your next project?
Oh, I think I'll also talk about it in another chat panel. So I hope everybody's still there. I have some overlapping slides. I don't know if people are gonna all be there, but I'll talk about more there. Thank you. Yes, yes.
Fantastic.
Thank you.
Okay. So up next, we have our final speaker for the session. And this will be on sustainable farming and rural community development, findings from biowork with marginalized groups in northern Ecuador. So Marjorie and Elizabeth, feel free to share your screen. Let's see. I hope they... Marjorie or Elizabeth?
I think they're here, actually.
Oh, darn. Has anyone seen them in another session so far today on the Bio Summit, or maybe they got caught up with something else?
Why don't we show the video that would be the next session while we see if we can round them during the break and see if we can round them up while we play that.
Good idea.
Jadi sebenarnya ini Kabupaten Malinau adalah tempat yang sangat bagus untuk melakukan perubahan saat ini karena memang para pemimpinnya sebenarnya adalah para aktivis, ya, pemimpin politiknya. Dan bahkan bupatinya pun sebenarnya punya latar belakang perjuangan masyarakat.
Maka ada sebuah kerjasama antara pemerintah pusat, daerah, dan adat. Nah, oleh sebab itulah sebenarnya yang sangat mendasar menjadi pertimbangan perjalanan kebijakan-kebijakan Muda Malinau adalah yang didukung oleh pemerintah, dilindungi oleh pemerintah, dan menjadi satu kekuatan pembangunan wisata.
Karena saya mau supaya ada orang tuh bagaimana rasa ikan sungai di sini. Mau tidak mau kita harus siap terima tamu karena kita jadi wisata sudah.
Karena tarian-tarian ini adalah penting bagi masyarakat. Karena kami suka tampil tarian-tarian ini kepada wisatawan dan menarik perhatian wisatawan.
Supaya masyarakat tidak melanggar juga hukum negara, kita buat surat menegur perusahaan itu jangan lanjutkan pekerjaan. Kita mengundang perusahaan itu datang ke sini. Silakan kita diskusi bersama, di Stulang, di Balai Adat, tidak datang.
Saking marahnya masyarakat sehingga aparat yang lengkap dengan peralatan itu pun ada 3 unit senjata yang dari Brimob itu yang sempat dirampas oleh masyarakat.
Wilayah adat masuk.
Sorry.
Peta Indonesia, one map Indonesia.
Dengan skala satelit yang dipakai oleh Departemen Kehutanan, Pak, ya, 1.250.000, Pak. Jadi rumah kita ini, Pak, itu hanya kelihatan hijau saja semuanya. Nah, di situ kami keluar dengan ide, nah kenapa kita nggak bikin sesuatu yang bisa terbang dan membuktikan kepada pemerintah bahwa loh, ada loh rumah kami di sini, ada loh wilayah kelola kami di sini, ada loh begini-begini. Nah itu, Pak. Nanti hasilnya seperti ini Pak, desa kita tuh. Nah, ini
Wah,
bayangkan Pak
ini lebih jelas lagi ya.
Ini desa kita Pak.
Kalau itu kita sangat mendukung karena ini kan belum jelas ya, apakah betul-betul perusahaannya pergi atau tidak.
Nah ini Pak, kita sekarang bikin titik-titik terbangnya dia Pak. Dia tuh dari ketinggian 250 meter Pak, itu semakin teras, nanti dia mutar mengikuti titik-titik yang sudah kita tentukan di sini. Sana dia mutar, terus dia ngambil foto Pak.
Wah, ini luar biasa juga tuh.
Iya Pak, mari Pak angkat sampai di PBB. Jadi rupanya masyarakat di desa Situlang mereka belum mengetahui status lahan mereka yang diambil oleh perusahaan sawit ini. Jadi masyarakat pikir mereka sudah menang, mereka sudah berhasil mengusir sawit keluar, tapi sebetulnya persoalan utamanya belum selesai. Mungkin perusahaan tersebut masih memegang konsesi dan menunggu saat yang tepat untuk kemudian masuk kembali.
Kalau kita ingin mengharapkan Indonesia itu akan menjadi kontributor utama untuk menyelesaikan masalah-masalah perubahan iklim yang sekarang ini, sebenarnya dunia internasional harus membantu Indonesia untuk tadi ya mempercepat pengakuan dan perlindungan hak-hak masyarakat adat, karena hanya itulah basis untuk Indonesia menyelamatkan hutan-hutan terbaik, ya, menyelamatkan wilayah-wilayah yang kalau masyarakat adat dikembalikan haknya.
So I realized I probably should have set that up a little better. That's from a film called Dayaks and Drones, and it takes place in Indonesia. And it's on an effort to map local communities to empower them. And I'll throw that link in the chat.
So we have not yet heard back from either Marjorie or Elizabeth. So we have a few more minutes. We have the option either to take our break early, or if there are any follow-up questions that we don't have time to get to from any of the presentations earlier in the session, probably use this time now for that.
I wanted to ask DJ, how long does it take for a like for a t-shirt to fully dye, to be fully dyed?
Oh, it also depends on the process you want actually. So, because we have like different types of colorations, you do like tie-dye. I actually have a little bit more image reference. So if you want like tie-dye, obviously then the biomass required for that. Versus if you want an entire solid dye, the biomass is required, again, is a little bit different. So, but I mean, I think we're growing it in like not pushing it too hard, as in not putting so much electricity input. Because, I mean, I think it depends on how everybody approaches, the cultivation. Obviously, there's the optimized temperature, which is like maybe 25 degrees Celsius, but I live in London, and then, the average temperature is maybe like 15. And then that means if I wanted to grow very fast, I'd have to pump up quite some of the heating. So a bit of a reference frame, I think, between maybe like 4 to 6 weeks.
4 to 6 weeks. Okay, thank you so much.
Yeah, no worries.
Well, if there are no other questions, we can transition into our break. And we can plan to come back to this room, to Zoom, at 4:10 to hear about regenerative culture from Christiana.
That's great. And I'll play the movie we didn't get to in the first session now over the break, but people feel free to take the break if you want it. So Christiana, if you could stop sharing and then I'll share.
A la fecha, ¿ha habido alguna alerta posterior a nuestra visita?
Ya no
ha habido más.
No había más nada ya. Esas talas de madera también que hubo, ya paralizó. Mi nombre es Pablo García Caguaza, soy secretario y como segundo APO de la comunidad. El primer paso es el monitoreo. Ahora estamos al segundo paso ya creciendo. Listo, señores. Conformado nuestro comité.
Usted tiene que ponerse de acuerdo cuál de estos territorios que está acá, en este bosque, de dónde a dónde es que ustedes van a proteger. Demarquen cuál es lo que ustedes van a conservar.
Gracias a ese bosque que nosotros, la comunidad que vamos a cuidar, vamos a tener un beneficio económico y con ese beneficio económico vamos a sembrar.
Todos están queriendo, están poniendo de su parte, querer recuperar las cosas, poder de lo que ya muchos años se ha perdido.
Este es banco de ustedes.
Pueden reforestar, ¿ya? ¿Han entendido? Pueden reforestar.
¿Qué vas a sembrar, hermano? Castaña.
Pienso sembrar cedro y castaña.
Tornillo y cedro.
La caoba y la castaña.
Tengo 2 hectáreas de cacao y pienso sembrar cedro y cacao.
Cedro y cacao.
Cedro y calidad.
Esto, lo que está en rojo, es lo que no encontramos acá, podemos traer de otro lugar.
La finalidad de poder encontrarnos aquí en esta oportunidad en la comunidad nativa de Buen Jardín, de Cayarú, es por el propósito de traer 500 plantones para la venta del bosque de esta hermosa comunidad de Buen Jardín.
Con cuidado, con cuidado. Las semillas de lo que ustedes no tienen, nosotros vamos a llevar allá para que ustedes también siembren, reforesten.
Claro.
Capirona. Es de mandarina.
Le estoy colocando pues, la etiqueta al arbolito que es el cedro para el sembrío del señor Humboldt. Para la reforestación.
Entonces, en una reunión entre nosotros nos hemos puesto de acuerdo en empezar en personas que tienen mayor necesidad que otras. ¡No, vamos por otro lado! Me llamo Humboldt Piscoyambo. Yo tengo 5 hijos, aparte que tengo 6 centenares. Para mantener a mis hijos tengo que trabajar, rebuscarme ¿ya? En otras partes, porque si no rebusco, ¿qué me va a dar? La comida. Las bendiciones que ahorita estamos plantando, los cítricos, para poder ya vender a otra parte. Con eso vamos a poder mantener ellos, hacer estudiar a otra parte.
Algo que siempre nos une a todos nosotros es las mingas. Hacer unas mingas en una cantidad de familias que son muchas.
Trabajar es muy rápida, es muy excelente.
Ellos son para medir 6x6. 6x6 es la...
Siempre se hacía, pero ya con el tiempo ya nos hemos dejando. Pero hoy en día pues nos toca nuevamente trabajar así, unidos, para que todos tengamos las cosas que queremos.
Ya, las plantas están sembradas, ahí viene el tema del monitoreo a las plantas, mediante el satélite, ¿no?
Vamos a tomar foto a la plantita para ver la coordenada y la altura.
Es importante evidenciar para que el mundo y todos los financieros vean que nosotros estamos haciendo, no solamente deforestando, también estamos reforestando, porque hay varias comunidades también están en esa misma mira, y entonces yo creo que con esta iniciativa vamos a hacer una réplica en las demás comunidades.
Lo más increíble ha sido que la gente desconfiaba, ¿no? Pero lo que me gustaba es que se volvieron a unir. Al ver el día de ayer que se volvieron a unir, que trabajamos en grupo, es algo bonito.
Introduce Dr. Brian von Herzen. He is the founder and executive director of the Climate Foundation, which upholds the vision and the mission to regenerate life in the ocean. And that is done by using marine permaculture technology. As executive director, Brian leads Climate Foundation's large-scale seaweed mariculture programs to develop sustainable food, feed, and fertilizer value chains, provide ecosystem life support, and sustain blue carbon sinks. Before we move any further, I would also like to say that when I met Brian and I heard him, I was taken and I was inspired to do part of his work in my neck of the woods. So with great pleasure and honor, I am introducing Brian to the Bio Summit.
Thank you, Christiana. And just want to confirm that you can see my screen okay and hear my voice okay.
Yes.
Very good. Well, welcome everyone, and thank you for participating in this regeneration session. I think we have a key opportunity here to potentially regenerate life in the seas as well as the soils. And I'll talk with you today about our implementation of marine permaculture, which is an effort to effectively help to transform humanity's relationship with the ocean from that of extraction to one of regeneration. So we're very happy to have the support of not only the Drawdown book from 2017, but Paul Hawkins' new book called Regeneration, which has a section on it called Seaforestation. And we're focusing on these kind of seaforestation efforts to regenerate thousands of square kilometers of lost kelp forest in the past century. and help to revitalize the ecosystems that can also provide a sustainable yield for subsistence seaweed farmers and cultivators around the world. So that's really a transformative message, which has been articulated in the recent film 2040, an Australian film with popular appeal, and I recommend checking that out as well. We have many collaborators from around the world, and we're very happy to have the support of these groups to develop marine permaculture technology to an economically sustainable hectare scale that will enable subsistence farmers around the world to be able to grow a hectare of seaweed and help regenerate the ecosystems at the same time. At the Climate Foundation, we focus on 3 major areas, and that is sustainable ocean livelihoods, and that's seaweed, fish habitat, as well as fish. Ecosystem regeneration is about providing the habitat and the food for forage fishes to enable sardines and anchovies and other small forage fish to thrive once again and be protected at the same time. And then measuring the carbon export of these regenerative interventions is key so that we can really articulate the value proposition as we go forward for rebalancing carbon in the oceans, as well as ensuring food security and ecosystem life support. One of the reasons this problem has been so profound is that 93% of the heat of global warming has actually gone into the surface layers of the ocean. And that means places like the Philippines, where we're working today, are at ground zero for thermally disrupted ecosystems. These marine ecosystems often live within 1 degree of mortality, both in terms of tropical seaweed forests and coral reefs. And so you can imagine how increasing the global temperature by 1.2 or 1.3 degrees can have mortal consequences for these ecosystems. And getting those back on track is really a key. There was a paper about 12 months ago in Nature Climate Change that talked about how the oceans changed over the past 60 years. It turns out that the ocean has stratified significantly, as represented by these brown zones. Now, why is stratification so important? Well, the more stratification there is, the less natural upwelling occurs. So pre-industrially, we had 5 to 20% more upwelling than we do today. And particularly hard hit are these tropical areas of the Pacific, but even temperate zones. And that's one reason we've lost 90+% of the kelp forest off Northern California and places like Tasmania and Portugal. And we see this in all of the oceans. And the challenge is, can we do something to restore natural upwelling? The California picture is fairly grim. Off the coast of California, north of San Francisco, we've lost 90% of the kelp forest, and it's not coming back until the sea urchin barrens have been addressed. And in Indonesia, we've seen losses of over 60%, with over half of the seaweed farms abandoned on neighboring islands due to the marine heat waves. So it's been a major problem. In fact, we see that for every 1 degree of global warming, we're seeing 5% less marine biomass in the oceans on average. And in the tropics, the situation is far more dire. So it's a serious problem that we need to address. And we've been working on regenerative interventions to try to address that problem. Kate Rayworth is also featured in the 2040 film, and her book on donut economics talk about how we can try to regenerate these ecosystems and ensure that the subsistence communities can continue to thrive as well. Now, this is a picture of some of the productivity of the various ecosystems from boreal forest and temperate and tropical rainforest. What's interesting is Macrocystis represents the giant kelp forest as well as Eclonia right above it. And you'll see that it's able to produce a similar or higher level of carbon fixation, which is primary production, compared with even the tropical rainforests. And so these forests that I'm hoping you can see the video are effectively incredible habitat as well as incredible carbon fixation. This chart also shows that, in fact, the kelp forest ecosystem can fix 15% more carbon than even the tropical rainforest. So in a real sense, the tropical rainforests of Australia are not only present on land, but also in the Great Southern Reef, where we have towering kelp forests that can fix enormous amounts of carbon each year. And we asked the question, if we could leverage and learn from the kelp forest ecosystem and regenerate it offshore in deeper water where we have mostly empty ocean, could we actually fix a lot more carbon than we have been today? And that's the challenge and the opportunity. At the same time, if we're in deep water, any seaweed that falls off the plantation, if you will, off the seaweed mariculture and sinks 300 meters or more, can in fact be sequestered for up to 100 years. And in fact, if it gets down 1,000 meters and we can measure that, then that's more than 1,000 years of sequestration. So it represents a big opportunity as we go forward. So you asked the question, this is showing the coast of Santa Barbara. Could we turn the clock back from 2018 to, let's say, the 1800s, where the US Geodetic Survey documented a kilometer-wide river of kelp, a continuous river of kelp from, let's say, Point Concepcion all the way past the border with Mexico. This kind of incredible kelp forest that existed in the 1800s, no one alive today has a living memory of that kelp forest that once was. So we have the opportunity to help regenerate that. And the question is, how could we do it? Well, it's a profound consequence, of course, in terms of fish habitat, in terms of ensuring that these kelps can thrive, ensuring that these...
Sorry about that, everyone. Looks like we lost our Zoom room there for a minute, so.
Very good. What was the last slide that you saw? I think I'll just proceed from here, if that's okay. So we take an approach called marine permaculture that provides a substrate in deep water for seaweed and also provides deep water irrigation, which is addressing the natural upwelling challenge. Pre-industrially, an offshore wind would provide plenty of deep, cool water up to the surface, which is what provides the nutrients, the nitrate and the phosphate, and the cooler waters that kelp forests and other seaweed forests need to thrive. With global warming in place, the thermocline is deeper, the water temperatures are warmer, and the energy barrier to upwelling is much greater. And so that poses a real challenge, and we get upwelling failure many times from California all the way to Tasmania. With marine permaculture, we can use marine solar, wave, and wind energy to restore natural upwelling, irrigate up to a square kilometer of kelp forest, and enable that system to thrive once again. And we see it as a sustainable model that not only provides ecosystem services in the way of habitat and food for forage fish, but also provides sustainable products like food, feed, and fertilizer, and biomass that falls off the seaweed platform, kind of like leaves falling to the floor of the forest in a matter of hours or days that will sink to the seafloor. And that seafloor export of carbon represents a true carbon sink that we can document and actually make sure that at scale, this is documented as part of the carbon solution. Now I'm communicating with you from Australia, Queensland, Australia, and my home state of California is at the other edge of this picture. And this planet ocean picture, I think, is really key because this regenerative intervention, if we get the substrate and the deep water irrigation right, is applicable to almost 100 million square kilometers of the Pacific Ocean alone, especially in the subtropics and the tropics where we saw the most stratification occurring in the last 60 years. We've tested seaweed growing with deep water irrigation, and we found 2 to 4 times as much growth as with the baseline. And the net result is on our seaweed platforms up to 100 square meters now, we're seeing really wonderful growth of seaweed and regeneration of habitat. The fish love hanging out there. We have thousands of sardines, hundreds of tuna. We've had dozens of dolphins spending a month on the platform, and even a whale shark came and spent 3 days with us. So it was great to have those examples. Also in the temperate, we were collaborating with the University of Tasmania, and in cooler waters, we managed to get 4 times the linear growth of kelps in the higher nutrient zone compared to the control regions. And this represents an increase of an order of magnitude of increased biomass. So we were able to rescue the production of these giant kelps in the higher nutrient zones. So documenting the increase, our test nets of kelp were able to grow more than 100% per month at a time when the water was so warm that the control kelps were actually shrinking in size. So we see this as a distinct opportunity going forward. We have a plan, and in fact, we're planning in the next months to actually build 1,000 square meters of marine permaculture as depicted in this video, which hopefully is coming through. And this uses marine solar to restore the natural upwelling and provide deep water irrigation. It can grow a ring, a donut, if you will, of seaweed, and that seaweed provides fish habitat, and it also provides sustainable livelihoods and seaweed production that can be used for food and feed and fertilizer for subsistence farmers. Each farmer is allowed to grow 1 hectare of seaweed, and this represents a great opportunity to enable sustainable production and use less contention offshore areas that are much more readily available than the shorelines themselves. So we see this as a really key opportunity, and this 1/10 of a hectare scale will provide the key production and cost and scaling parameters that we need in order to ensure we have a good techno-economic model for the economically sustainable hectare. So we're looking forward to next steps on that. Let me see if I can advance the slides. This is an example of plankton forests that grow naturally offshore in the Western Pacific. And in a real sense, ultimately, we expect the macroalgae seaweed forests to similarly provide a sustainable growth that can be harvested as it has been for the last 100 years, and ultimately enables sequestration of several thousand tons of carbon dioxide per square kilometer per year, several thousand tons of seaweed harvest potentially, and several hundred tons of fish. Ultimately, that produces maybe a dozen value chains, but we'll start with food and feed and fertilizer. In fact, we've been working with subsistence rice farmers in the Philippines and have shown 20 to 30% growth increases by applying seaweed foliar biostimulants at just 2 liters per acre rather. We're able to increase the rice production significantly and ensure sustainable livelihoods for these farmers, even through the month-long drought that we had this year in the Philippines. And still the rice that came out with the biostimulant had substantially improved results compared to the baseline. So along those lines, we've quantified the amount of carbon dioxide fixation that's potentially there, several thousand tons for the deep ocean per square kilometer per year. And the avoided CO2 emissions from fertilizer reductions is really key, because in fact, this system right here, we found that we could get the same production with 20% less NPK fertilizer. So imagine reducing the amount of nitrate fertilizer by 20%. I think nitrate fertilizer is responsible for 1.5% of all energy consumption in the world. And similarly, that nitrate that would normally have gone onto the field normally produces lots of nitrous oxide, which is a potent greenhouse gas as well. And so by reducing the nitrous oxide on those fields, we can also have a profound effect. And so we see the total impact on greenhouse gas emissions is really profound. At the same time, in the tropics, we've seen a lot of coral bleaching over the years, as exemplified by this chart. And in fact, this map has shown some of the bleaching off the Great Barrier Reef. And what we managed to do is demonstrate that when we upwell the water and irrigate the seaweed downstream, we're actually cooling off the mixed layer enough to potentially reverse coral bleaching. We did this test with about 0.5 degree Celsius of cooling. This was in American Samoa. And we were very pleased to see a reduction of coral bleaching, in fact, a reversal of coral bleaching. We thought it would take 3 months. It actually happened in about 24 hours that we got this cooling. And it wasn't at one site, but half a dozen sites. And after 24 hours of treatment, we moved the apparatus to a different site, and we got 2 weeks or more. That was as long as we were able to measure the reversal of coral bleaching. So it had profound effects on reversing coral bleaching. And we saw these amazing results on multiple sites. And the net result was that for both spatial and temporal controls, we were able to actually enable the corals to come back to color. We were very pleased with those results. We had some field testing and modeling. This is in fact a video that's showing a platform we hope to deploy of 100 square meters near the Great Barrier Reef. And we're applying for permits this year that will be able to grow seaweed with deep water irrigation, and ultimately we'll be able to cool the corals at the same time. These results here are for half a dozen test sites. We were able to go from color level 0, which is fully bleached, to color level 5, which is fully back to normal on multiple test sites, which poses great hope, not only for sustainable economics, but this is perhaps one of the first interventions that can potentially reverse coral bleaching economically sustainably and scale it up to perhaps kilometers of coral reef protection in the future. So we're really enthusiastic about those solutions and alternatives. I'm going to quote Sir David Attenborough, who says, "It's our responsibility to do everything within our power to create a sustainable habitat, not only for humanity, but for the 8 million species who can't vote," to paraphrase. So we see this as really important and essential. My charismatic megafauna is the leafy sea dragon and the weedy sea dragon, which lives in the kelp forest that we've seen decimated off of the eastern coast of Tasmania. We hope to regenerate that habitat for these sea dragons and ensure that we've got sustainable approaches to regenerating these ecosystems, ensuring they don't go extinct on the Australian continent on our watch in our lifetimes, and keep them alive and ensure that can be scaled economically and regenerating a healthy climate at the same time. And with that, I will thank you very much for your attention. Looking forward to your questions and comments, and I'll hand this over to Christiana. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Brian. Every time that I hear Brian, I do have the impetus to go and do it right outside my balcony that I see the Mediterranean Sea. I have many questions, but how hard is it to get financing?
It's been somewhat challenging. I think we've raised $5 million over 5 years to develop this technology to where it is now. We're at technology readiness level 7, and I'm very happy to say that we've got matching support for a crowdfunder that's going to enable us to do 1/10 of a hectare next year. We're doing a crowdfunder right now, ramping up for Giving Tuesday, and all of the amounts that are contributed this year will get dollar for dollar matching with our corporate sponsors, including Dr. Bronner's, who's been really generous over the past 2 years in providing matching funding. And also the WOCA Foundation has recently re-upped and supported us for a second year in scaling this technology. So we're looking forward to working with and helping the subsistence seaweed farmers in the Philippines. And this campaign this year is going to enable us to develop the stepping stone that will get us to the economically sustainable hectare. So that's all on our website at theclimatefoundation.org, and I'll leave a link to that in the chat.
Excellent. Do we have more questions?
I had a question. How far offshore are these platforms being put up?
Oh, thank you for that question, Jessica. In the Philippines, we're just less than a mile offshore, but it turns out that's still about 350 meters of water depth, which means it's enough to grow the seaweed and get the deep water available. And what's really awesome is that not only are we getting the seaweed to grow really quickly, but we're getting multiple species. Like, we planted one species, right? But now we've got half a dozen species thriving. And I'll tell you, when we shoot video from underneath the platform, we've got these thousands of forage fish swimming around, and then the tuna come around every once in a while. And it's just this entire ecosystem. We have some pictures of sea turtles underneath the lines of seaweed, and it's great to see the ecosystem thriving so well and really adopting it. So we've been thrilled with that, and we've had a major discovery this quarter, and that is there's a lot of seaweed of various species that actually fall off the platform during growth. So as we're harvesting 3,000 tons of seaweed per square kilometer per year, there could be another 1,000 tons that's actually falling off the platform. And we've measured the sink rate of these species, most of them sink, and they sink at 1,000 to 4,000 meters a day, which means that in about 8 hours, those seaweeds have hit the seafloor And that's carbon export at an extraordinary level. So we could be looking at 1,000 tons of carbon dioxide export per square kilometer per year. And that's not reducing the value of food, feed, and fertilizer at all. That's just documenting what's falling off the seaweed as it's growing, kind of like the leaves falling to the forest floor. So we're thrilled to see that, and we're hoping to develop that into, in fact, part of what we'll do with the funds that we raised this year is help develop further methodologies that will actually say, okay, we can document the seaweed falling off the array. Because we're in deep water, we can sink it, and in a matter of hours, it's going to be on the seafloor. So we see this as a regenerative intervention that's really doing two things. It's addressing these climate adaptation requirements and mitigation, and it's keeping some of the populations. I mean, we have between the Philippines and Indonesia more than 3 million subsistence seaweed farmers who are living on the front lines of climate disruption. They can only harvest seaweed 5 or 6 months a year, and the rest of the year they would normally sardine fish, but there haven't been enough sardines because the population's collapsing. And so literally those seaweed communities are collapsing, and we see this regenerative intervention as potentially enabling those seaweed communities to thrive once again. So we're so thrilled to be working on this in the Philippines and in the future Indonesia. Thank you for that question.
Yeah. Rena, did you want to unmute and ask your question?
Sure. So you've talked about like this kind of considerable rate of fallen kelp, and I was just wondering what the effect of that fallen kelp is on those seafloor ecosystems. Is that normal, or is that a different thing?
It is. No, that's a great question, Rena. And I think part of it is to understand that over the past century, we've actually seen a decrease in primary production of 30 to 40% associated with that reduction in natural upwelling in the tropics. And what that means is if you're a creature living on the benthic seafloor community, you've got 30 to 40% less food falling to the seafloor to eat. And so it's a real, it's been a real difficulty for the benthic communities because they don't have the normal amount of biomass sinking to the seafloor. In a warmer world, it becomes much more stratified. So in a real sense, just getting back to pre-industrial levels of production is going to be key to ensuring healthy ecosystems in a distributed way. Now, our initial systems are moored, but ultimately we see these systems as being self-guided, and will be marine permaculture vessels in the future. And that will be just like the plankton forest that I showed, something that's distributed across broad regions of the ocean. So as these get up to a hectare scale and larger, being able to have them be distributed in a broad way across the Philippine Sea where we've been working, and even the abyssal deep ocean, will enable a broad distribution of this food, if you will, marine snow that rains down. And we have to monitor the oxygen levels certainly as we go forward, but presently there's plenty of oxygen in the deep, and this is all part of really getting us back to normal levels of algae production in the ocean that we can document since the early 1900s. Great question, Rena. Thank you.
Thank you.
Another question, not as in deep, maybe. I would love to see this on webcam all day. Do you have an address where we can go?
I don't have a webcam, unfortunately, but we do have some GoPro footage and a quarterly newsletter. So feel free to sign up for our newsletter, which will have some nice images of the 100 square meter platform, and then hopefully our new one in the new year. And we're getting some drone footage and some underwater footage that we hope to be able to share with our friends and partners and supporters as we go. And so we're looking forward to scaling that and being able to show more videos underwater and in the air of the platform working, and the seaweed growing, and the fish hanging out in the habitat and thriving. So we're looking forward to doing more of that. I encourage you to check out the site and maybe sign up for the newsletter, which should have every 3 months some new wonderful pictures of our developments in the Philippines.
Thank you. Will do.
Pleasure.
With this, I would like to take the last question and then put together how my work and Brian's work and Dr. Su's work come together. So do we have a last question, please?
I have a question or just a request, if you wouldn't mind, if no one else has any like burning questions, if you wouldn't mind speculating on your feelings about the future use of microbes in these communities as potential mediators of this stressors you're talking about, or other types of important change.
Thank you, Justin, for that question. I think there are a number of places where microbes fit in. One of them is that the surface of the seaweed itself has some really interesting microbiomes that we think are very significant to production. And those healthy microbiomes can be pretty transformative. We're just beginning to learn the variety of microorganisms that are commensal with the seaweeds and kelps. And I think those are an essential part of the ecosystem as we go forward. Furthermore, many of those forage fishes actually eat plankton. And so not only are we helping the macroalgae as our main objective, but downstream, many nutrients that are left over will be absorbed by the microalgae. And so in many ways, the seaweed represents a wonderful prebiotic to the healthy organisms in the sea, and actually healthy organisms in your gut as well. I end up eating a few grams of seaweed every day, and the prebiotic effects of the seaweed on healthy gut microbiome cannot be overstated. I'm really amazed at its effect, not only to improve digestion, but also to actually really boost the immune system. So we've had great results with that. Feel free to get in touch with me. I can leave a link in the chat. And we've got some of our partners are actually growing, and providing these nutraceuticals, if you will. But we found it to be transformative, and the health span, if you will, benefits, especially for vegetarian diets, and a third of the world population needs a really good vegetarian source of DHA and EPA omega-3s. And these algae are the original source. The sardines get the DHA from the algae. And so by eating a little algae every day, you can ensure a really healthy diet.
Wow. I would like to thank Brian for all the information that has shared with us. Thank you extremely much. And then please do keep in mind that you can reach him at the Climate Foundation.
Thank you, Christian.
Thank you. And with that, I would like to go into my project. I will try to be I'm Christiana Gardicchiotti. I'm the founder of the Meraki people and a system entrepreneur in southern Greece. Oh, why is this freezing on me? Okay. In the Thyrea region in Arcadia, southern Greece, nature-based entrepreneurship is our core. The problem that we are faced is that our villages are not vibrant anymore. They are deserted. There is no stewardship for our mountain Parnunas. And most important is that no jobs and no income for young families. Therefore, we are an aging region. Out of the SWOT analysis that we did, rich biodiversity, olive orchards, and resourceful people. However, that comes with lack of trust, despair, and no vision. The opportunities that we see is that regenerative activities, like we just seen, are emerging all over the world. And the threat that we are experiencing, as everybody else, is climate change and the extractive business mindset. Now, our solution is that our region, Thyrea, will maximize opportunities and minimize threats by educational projects for biodiversity tourism, which leads me to invite you all to come and visit us and get involved. We would like to actively implement nature-based solutions, and you can see in here what one person has started is growing into a movement. And of course, before I go I would like to mention Blue Economy by Dr. Gunther Pauli, who visited our region, and our mushroom, small 60 square meters of production. We're starting with mushrooms, and you heard how important mushrooms were this morning. The first tourists that came to our neck of the woods, and I would like to point out that the tree that you see behind these people produced olives at the time of Homer, when Homer was reciting his Iliad and the Odyssey. That very tree was producing olives. So the first people that I invited to come and do biodiversity tourism were ESG practitioners, meaning that they had to give the money into worthy projects. And we believed that we could lure them into seeing what we have cooking in the region. Meraki people ecosystem is all about pilots, fungi that we've started, olive bliss, biodiversity and ecosystem restoration. And at the heart of it all is a biolab in a future where biochemistry and phytomining is going to be happening. In this, I would like to also say that I started out 4 years ago. I was invited to join the Bio Summit. I heard a lot of things. Then I became a fellow. And what you see in here is partly the work that we did in the fellowship program. And we are now implementing slowly but steadily. The last event that we had, maybe 2 weeks ago, had to do with bio startups, meaning that we would like to change the region from the very pesticides that they are using into organic agriculture. We do have a lot of events happening, and the outcomes that we hope to get is to raise awareness, create cooperatives, synergize with the municipal council, and build community like the one that we are doing right now. Okay. We would like to pilot solutions like farm-to-fork communities, soil regeneration for carbon sequestration, and we would like to create income by biofabrication, and of course, implement what we just saw in our seas. We do have clients, so we do have proof that our concept will be working. We would like to invite science, technology, engineering, arts, and mathematics to help us develop place-based solutions and converge rural and urban lifestyles. We do have active business cooperations like ZERI, Climate Foundation, Global Regeneration Collab, Agriculture, Farmers Footprint Community, and Abudanism. The microscopes are at the heart of our development. We will be doing service learning, impact educational corporate retreats. We are seeking about 150,000 in angel money, and we are hoping to get a 4 million local economy in 5 years. This is our team, and it's as diverse as the MIT Bio Summit. Thank you very, very much for listening to us, and we are inviting you all to come and help us.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. And welcome those who just now joined for this session. We're doing a session on participatory science in the context of guardianship of ecosystems. Very much looking forward to two presentations that we're going to see that will highlight very different approaches to participatory science. The way this session is going to work, it's an hour-long session. I will first introduce the first speaker and then the second two speakers for their presentations. After that, we'll have breakout rooms for another 20 minutes, 2 breakout rooms for each project, where you can have a more in-depth conversation with the presenters. So rather than having a Q&A at the end of the presentation, you know, save your questions and introduce them in the breakout rooms. And we'll be following the chats as well to see what themes come up that may be of interest to you all.
Compared to biotech, which is like, you know, you're looking at it.
So the two organizations that we're, you know, going to juxtapose or compare and contrast, so to speak, are Public Lab, a non-profit democratizing science to address environmental issues using, for instance, mapping. That will be Jeffrey Ju Warren and Ananda Gabo, who are associated with that project. I will introduce them in 20 minutes. The other project is the Earth Microbiome Project, a collaborative effort with an academic background to characterize global microbiome for the benefit of planet and people, which will be presented by Justin Sheffer. Justin is a mycologist and microbial community ecologist with a strong background in plant-fungus interactions. Justin is an IRACDA, a postdoctoral fellow at the University of California, San Diego, where he is currently working with Dr. Rob Knight on several microbiome-related projects, including the Earth Microbiome Project. Alongside his research, Justin is involved in science education and seeks to improve education in biology through fostering inclusive environments and by using evidence-based approaches. So, Justin, if you could share your screen, the floor is yours.
Thank you for that introduction. Just give me one moment while I set up. And while I do that, I just want to thank the conference organizers. This has been a really fun lead up to today, and I'm really looking forward to chatting with you guys about this. I'm going to contrast two things myself, the EMP, the Earth Microbiome Project, which we call the EMP, as well as a project that's kind of nestled under the EMP that we call the MicroZeta Initiative. So let me go ahead and get started. Yeah, protecting ecosystems. So as a community ecologist, I'm really interested in diversity. And this pie chart here is conveying the breakdown of estimated number of species and major groups across the globe. Now, it's often debated how we estimate these numbers, so I don't want to get into that. But what you can see here is that a large portion of this chart are microbes, bacteria, and a lot of these species have yet to be described. And so we think a lot about where these things live. We think that they're probably in cryptic environments, so places where we wouldn't usually hang out, or hosts that live in those environments in association with those hosts. And just getting back to ecosystems and community ecology, some of the questions we want to answer and that we're thinking about a lot when we do this work are the factors that structure these communities all over the globe. So what kind of environmental conditions do microbes respond to? It's pretty cold in my house right now. I'm kind of chilly. Do they experience the same kind of temperature reactions? And how do biotic factors like hosts like us influence those communities? And in general, what maintains diversity and what generates it? Those are different things. How do the principles that I learned in college, that you may have learned in college from classical ecology about macrobes like plants and animals, scale to microbial communities? Do we find relationships with diversity and productivity, or diversity and disturbance, like we do in these larger macroorganism populations? And how does dispersal limitation influence things? Is everything really everywhere, or how is the environment selecting it? Excuse me. We expect things that are associated with hosts to be somewhat specific to those hosts. Are they more shared than we really think? And what is the extent of the interactions of these microbes with our diet, with metabolites, with chemistry? These are the kinds of questions we're thinking about. And so the Earth Microbiome Project is a large project. It's consortium based, but it's among scientific experts, which I'll contrast to the MicroZeta initiative in a moment. And so the idea is that the samples are crowdsourced from these labs, coming from all types of expertise. So probably folks in these rooms, a lot of your favorite sample types are included in this project, or at least that was the goal. So the samples are crowdsourced and the project is funded by PIs. The MicroZeta initiative is underneath the EMP. And this is apparently right now the world's largest citizen science microbiome project, but it's focused on the human gut. The samples are crowdsourced from anyone, and the project is funded by the contributors. And both of these projects really get at the idea of standards. And in microbiome science, standards are particularly important. And so I just wanted to convey that before I get going. If we think about a typical study starting at the top of this graph, we can do different types of profiling of samples, from figuring out who's there on the left trajectory to what they're doing in the middle and right trajectories. And along either of these trajectories, there is a consistent pipeline that most people agree includes steps that are important to do. And doing these steps in a similar or exactly the same way, it turns out, is super important for answering these questions that I just told you we're always thinking about and that are really important for us. If we don't use these standards, if we don't use standards in general, it makes it really hard to compare data sets. And so what I'm showing you here is an ordination where each point is a different sample. So it's a microbiome sample that we sequenced for microbial community stuff. And they're color coded by the institutions at which the data were sequenced or processed or whatever. And what you can see is, rather than figuring out the answers to the really cool questions that I had at the beginning, what we're seeing is this really strong technical factor effect of where the data were generated. And what we want to see is something more like this, where it doesn't matter where the data come from. We want to study biology and ecology and answer these questions. But because of all the technical factors and the high throughput nature of microbiome science, we're forced to deal with a lot of this standardization stuff. And that's really important for the EMP and also the MicroZeta initiative, because the goal is to get samples from everyone, from all over the world. We can't do this alone. No one can study everything all by themselves. So how do we standardize the way that you do things from the way that I do things, from the way that somebody else might do them, so that we can answer those really cool questions? And so this is the systematic attempt. It's a global attempt where we're interested in not just who's there, but what they're doing, and not just for us, but for the environment. The idea here is that we're experts. I'm a mycologist. I had the luck of working with Sequoia at the University of Arizona in a mycology lab. But you might be an ocean scientist or a plant scientist, and we want your expertise. And Rob Knight's lab, who I'm representing today, has all of the methods and tools that are needed, and also the analytical expertise to kind of grapple all of that stuff once you send it to them. And so the idea here is this lack of standardization, and also not just the methods, but also the analytical framework, is really preventing us from answering those questions, those global inferences that we want to make about microbes on this planet. And so what I'm summarizing here is what we call the first release of the EMP. This was focused on bacterial and archaeal 16S ribosomal RNA data. So it's just looking at the microbes and just kind of who's there. We can't really interpret function from these data. But what I want to convey is that in addition to the main authors on this paper, what you can see listed here, and the diverse superscripted numbers that represent their institutions that they come from all over the globe, the consortium that represents these samples and the effort that went into this project is much larger. in addition to where they came from. It spans, over a page of text in really tiny font. And so I think this is a really exciting opportunity, and this is something that we want to keep going. And so let me go ahead and summarize some of the cool results from this in a follow-up study from the EMP. And then I'll end with what's going on with the MicroRosetta initiative and how it contrasts with this more PI-focused view of microbial communities across the globe. So although I don't have a cool map showing where all the people that contributed to the EMP come from, I do have a map of where all the samples come from. In addition to where they are on the right, shown geographically, color-coded by the types of environment that we decided to call them, we created this cool ontology that describes in a hierarchical framework those different environments. So you can see that salinity is really important for microbes, just as it is for us, and also whether or not they're associated with hosts. Those two axes seem to be the most strong drivers of microbial community composition. And so we focused our ontology around that. This data set included about 24,000 samples. And some things that we were able to glean from this data set were patterns of diversity. So the numbers of things that are in each environment. We can see that, as expected, things living around plant roots are particularly diverse, as is the soil around them. Also, ocean sediments are some of the most non-host associated, most diverse non-host associated samples. We can look at cool relationships with environmental variables of interest. For those of you that really like pH and temperature, we can see where things peak as far as the number of species of microbes. And we can also compare how environments relate to one another. So this is another one of those ordination plots where each point represents a sample, and they're separated from one another based on their microbial community composition. And again, they're color-coded here by the environments. And so what we can see is some things that we might expect, like, yeah, plants are more similar to soil than they are the ocean, but also some unexpected things like dead animals also look like live plants. We can see that some environments are actually nested in the sense of the microbes that they include in other environments. And so these really diverse soil environments on the right tend to encompass almost all the species that we find in all the other environments, at least when we consider the things that we've been able to describe. And so this is really cool, taking a look at who's there. And the next step is trying to figure out what they're doing. And so we've done a follow-up project where we've wanted to not only look at metabolites and microbial function in addition to the microbes that are there, but also develop gold standard protocols for performing those types of studies and analyses so that we can do that whole standardization thing along the way. And so this is a slightly smaller study focusing on about 500 samples, but it's collaborative in the same consortium type of way. It involves most of the same labs, but just a smaller subset. And what's important here is that rather than just doing our bacterial and archaeal 16S sequencing, we're developing methods and analytical pipelines for kind of everything that we can throw at these samples as far as sequencing and metabolomics. So we have shotgun metagenomic sequencing in addition to several amplicon layers and untargeted chromatography and mass spectrometry data for looking at metabolic function. And so the goal here is, it's really hard to interpret function from sequence data because of all the stuff that happens in between your genome and an active protein, right? All the transcriptional and translational stuff is really messy. And so looking directly at metabolic data can kind of circumvent that challenge. So if we combine this metabolic data with the metagenomic data, our goal is to get some more insight. And so, one thing we want to look at is the correlation between these various data layers. And I've color-coded the strongest ones in green here. So we see that indeed our sequence data from metagenomics and 16S matches well with the metabolomic data from liquid chromatography, but not as much from gas chromatography. And there's some other patterns here that are summarized in this preprint if you're interested in this. But where are these metabolites in the environments? We know, for example, steroids are thought of mostly to come from animals, but where else are they? Oh, it looks they're also common in plants and also in the ocean. Why would that be? We don't really know yet, but we're just beginning to look. what's the relationship between microbial diversity and metabolite diversity? Is it one-to-one? It may not be based on certain expectations in biology. For example, plant litter from leaf-cutting ant nests in these bright green circles tend to have a very skewed relationship with their metabolites compared to the rest of the environments that we included. And so the gold standards that have come out of both the 2017 16S release and also this multi-omics release are many. So I'll just list them here. We have gold standards for curating additional information that we call metadata about the samples, like where they came from, the pH, and the environmental data. Protocols for all the sequencing and extraction methods, as well as the metabolomic methods. And perhaps most importantly for folks who are just thinking about analysis, is that we have standards for pipelines for analyzing these data as well. Okay, so in the last 2 or 3 minutes, I just want to summarize quickly the MicroZetta initiative, because I think it's a really cool project, but it has a totally different community approach as far as how to get people to do stuff. So this is formally called the American Gut Project, just FYI. It's been rebranded because we have plans to expand internationally in the future. So right now, we have included about 80 countries with about 25,000 samples with about $3 million of crowdfunded dollars, with the objective of connecting information about these samples to educate the community and also figure out cool stuff about human health and your microbiome. We just started the Mexican Microbiome Project, and these 2 existing projects are out there, again, just for your information. And the main motivations for this was that we have lots of microbes in our body. I think, a lot of people like to champion that there's more microbial cells and more microbial genes on and in us than our own human cells and human genes. And even though we are really identical genomically, and as far as our genomes, the microbial composition that we have on us is very different from one another. And so is their genetic repertoire. And, it turns out that this stuff is really important for our health. I'm sure every day you probably read or hear something somewhere in an elevator maybe, or maybe on the news that you look at, some kind of new connection between your microbiome and health. And so our goal is to try and understand these connections and make sense of them. So how does this work? We send you the kit, you send us back your sample, we sequence and process the data, and then we send you that information. I checked the website earlier today. This is where we're at. As far as the numbers, it's roughly the same as what I showed you a second ago, about 13,000 contributors, and about $2 million for the AGP. So this is just the American Gut. And we had a paper come out describing just the American Gut recently. And so what kind of stuff are we looking at with the AGP? Well, in addition to where the samples are coming from in a geographic context, we also give you this kind of trading card information about who you are and where you fit in with the rest of the contributors. And so we can look at your microbial community breakdown in your sample versus, say, the average across all the contributors, maybe those with a similar diet or the same gender, with a similar weight as you or similar age, or Michael Pollan, if you're interested in that author. You can look at your most abundant microbes and the ones that might be enriched in you versus others. And some of those cool ordination plots that show you as this big dot in the context of other samples color-coded by cool metadata factors. The AGP includes like a 3,000 question questionnaire that you have to fill out. So that's where a lot of this information comes from. We're looking at who the most common bacteria are across all of these people. So on the x-axis here, I have several bacterial taxa with their relative abundance across all the contributors shown on the y. We can see that bacteroides are really common. This is something we know about, but there's also some unexpected things that are really cool from a biological perspective here as well. This is a graph that's just kind of showcasing what's the most important factor for your gut microbiome as far as what you do, whether you exercise, how much you sleep, what you eat, how many plants you might eat, just kind of getting at Brian's talk previously, getting at seaweed being a really important prebiotic. the faster you see this line decay, the more important the factor is for contributing to your gut composition. And so what we can see here is the most important thing is this types of plants. It's actually the number of types of plants, but it's self-reported. So we're not really sure what people are calling different plants, if it's like an orange versus like a mandarin orange versus a navel orange, or if they actually know species of plant, or if they know that lettuce and cabbage are the same species. It's self-reported, but it's still cool. And if we break that down and we start looking at actually the numbers of types of plants that people eat, there's actually some connections with the metabolomics data that we're able to produce as well. So people that are eating lots of plants, whatever those plants may be, tend to have more of these fatty acids in them, and those can be related to your health. And so just some extra protocols that have been developed for the TMI include a lot of sample collection, storage, and tracking protocols. How do we keep track of all of these samples that are going out and coming back, going through pipelines, and we have to release the data and deliver the data to the contributors. And there's a lot of other protocols that I didn't want to get into because they're not super specific to the sequencing and stuff, but they're a lot. And a lot of people have contributed to this. This is a global collaborative community effort. I just wanted to highlight a couple important people here. A lot of these people are doing the bench work and the computer analytical work. And then the folks in the bottom are kind of the higher ups that contributed a lot of the oversight. Lots of authors that I don't want to go unrecognized, and also the analysts, and of course the EMP consortium. Just really nailing the head on this nail of how many people contributed here. I just wanted to put some faces to names. We also get a lot of support from industry. So the Center for Microbiome Innovation and PNNL are kind of private labs that were helping us, as well as companies that agree that our effort is worth supporting in kind. So they provide, tubes or extraction reagents or whatever, so that we can get this work done in a quick way. So thank you for that. Sorry, I went a little bit over my time, but I'm happy to contribute that for the discussion that we're going to have in a moment. So thanks.
Thank you so much. That was awesome. No problem at all. That's what time we're for. Okay, well, on to our next presentation. I made a mistake earlier. Jeffrey Yu Warren and Ananda Gabo are not here, are not representative of Public Lab. It's a misunderstanding. My apologies for that. The title of their presentation is Questions of Open Science in Identity, History, and Ancestral Practice. And I will give you also a little biographical background. Jeffrey Yu Warren, if I pronounced that correctly, is a Korean-American artist, educator, community scientist, illustrator, and researcher in Providence, Rhode Island, who collaboratively creates community science projects which decenter dominant culture in environmental knowledge production. He hosts participatory projects, runs workshops, and gives talks on culturally situated making, collaborative practice, and community science. Jeff is a board member of Culture 2, a member of AS220 in Providence, and served 3 terms on the Open Source Hardware Association board since 2014. In 2010, he co-founded Public Lab, a community science network and nonprofit dedicated to democratizing science to address environmental issues that affect people. After 10 years as director of research, he stepped down in 2020, but continues to lead and mentor Public Lab's program for diversity, equity, and inclusion in software and technology. Ananda Gabo is a multidisciplinary designer and community organizer who loves to explore complex systems. Their breadth of work has led them to working in kitchens, as a forager, researching hardware manufacturing in Shenzhen, working in a robotics factory, deploying mutual aid, food justice education, and creating space for community-based biology projects. Although vast, their explorations stem from a desire to build skills of extreme resiliency. They're a big fan of music, gaming, and finding delicious snacks. If you have presentations, feel welcome to share your screen and share your presentation with us. And then I say, take it away.
Thank you so much. Yeah, I had that scary moment of dropping my internet connection for like 3 seconds as you read the intro. So I'm going to turn my video off and I'll share my screen. Hopefully we'll be all right. Let's see, desktop. There we go. And present. Give it a moment. And if you could say, okay, if you can see it.
I can see it, okay.
Thank you. Okay, cool. Well, I'm gonna go first and I'm gonna time myself because I want to not go over. But yeah, so we're gonna get into a bunch of different topics here and we'll probably run out of time about everything we want to talk about, but we can get into it in the breakout sessions. And we have some, I think, really interesting questions that lead both into each of our practice or our work and also lead out of it. So, you know, I think I don't know, maybe I came into this through the sort of open source hardware, open source science realm. And this question, I think, really resonates with me today. And I think it also relates a lot to Ananda's work, but I won't speak for Ananda. And I think, you know, this sort of dichotomy between what is open source and what is sort of also what is openly published, for example, being a kind of a binary, I think it obscures a more complex set of relations between different creative practices. And I mean that also in the sense of like in the lab, like creative practices of developing methodologies, creative practices of producing knowledge, for example, due to the framing being primarily based on Eurocentric ideas of discovery and a shared commons and that history. You know, the idea that the commons, you know, originally kind of referred to the green patch where you could bring sheep to graze, and that was sort of available to everybody. But I think that really elides and skips over a lot of history, which which if you look closer shows that not everyone was welcome to bring their sheep there, you know, in a literal sense. And also the origins of a lot of the ideas that make up what we think of as science today have so many different sort of histories, plural. And this is the Book of Ingenious Devices by the Banu Musa brothers in the 8th century in Baghdad, which, you know, provides a lot of the underpinning of modern fluid control systems. But a lot of what they were working on, they considered to be kind of pranks and jokes and magic tricks and things like this. And it was very impressive, but they didn't think of it in the cultural way that we think of science and technology today. I want to name a few influences. Jandosova is an artist educator who works on fiber, textile, and fermentation techniques based on her ancestral practices in Kazakhstan and Kyrgyzstan, and really uses her exploration of ancestral knowledge as inspiration and source material to think about the future as well, futures we can make. Sadie Prego, you know, who really works on a term anti-assimilation. She develops work where she uses microscopes, but she collaborates with her own ancestors in Nicaragua hundreds and hundreds of years ago and produces works that incorporate creative practice from her ancestors' creative works. So I think, you know, once you begin to see identity and one's own identity, you know, in the work that you do in a scientific context or overlapping scientific context, it's very generative. It's very generative, but also it gets back to that question of open for whom and who is there really a universal public that we can look to that really is everybody, or you know, or do we get into territory where there's appropriation or questions of appropriation where one's own history or ancestral practice is not really for everyone, you know, and sort of the idea that there's a shared commons, I think, gets a lot more complicated. And myself as a designer of instruments, of scientific instruments, I think I saw this a lot over the years. Well, this is such a good anecdote, but we just don't have time, so I'm going to skip that. I saw this a lot over the years in the sense of designing open source hardware for scientific analysis, like the spectrometer, which I designed while I was at Public Lab with many other people, but which, you know, is made of paper. There's many different versions of it. You know, thousands and thousands of people, tens of thousands of people have made these and used them. But there's always this sense of, oh, it's got to be easy, accessible, and, quote, for everyone. And I don't think there's something fundamentally wrong with that, but I do think it misses something. The question is, where does my own, as a designer of these tools and as a participant in creating these features, where does my own identity come into this? And I think I really began learning a lot about ancestral knowledge and technological or scientific practice, although I don't think that would necessarily be called that at the time or known in that way, or recognized today as that for reasons that are sometimes good and sometimes problematic. But learning about like the history of water-based timekeeping or pocket sundials, things like that. And I began to think about how instrumentation, scientific instrumentation—
Oh, Jeff, the slides aren't really showing up.
Oh, goodness. How many?
That now it's showing up. I think it takes quite a bit of time.
Okay, so I'll try to account for that as I go. Sorry about that. So I tried to imagine, for example, oh, and thank you, Ananda. What would a spectrometer look like if it were designed in the Joseon period in Korea? And so I began working in porcelain and looking at ceramic, you know, craft practices, and whose life might it have been part of, and what might it have meant, or what might it have been alongside, like these sort of ink pots I'm showing below here. And yet, you know, what kinds of knowledges could it have been used to make? And I think just to kind of wrap this thread up, it's not a purely speculative question, because I began to find records of, for example, what we might think of today as a lens, but was known as a hwaju, or fire pearl, from the 7th century, 1,000 years before the development of the microscope in Europe, and writings about what it was used for and what it meant to people at that time and whose lives it was part of. And so, you know, part of my practice recently has been in trying to imagine what a microscope might have looked like in 7th century Korea, and what kind of knowledge would be produced or could have been produced with it, and what relationships with knowledge and with you might think of as data or the subject matter of the research, what relationships might have existed at that time given an instrument of this type, and how that might have been quite different in so many ways from how we think of it today. I think my time is up, so I'm going to skip over these slides that I love about making polymers and gelatin and Korean culinary practice. But I'm going to pass over to Ananda. And I just, maybe to try to transition, I'll say Ananda's work to me has been very meaningful in that it addresses what kind of spaces and networks are necessary to make space for these kinds of questions. So, and much, much more. So I'll pass it over to Ananda. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Ananda. So my journey in supporting participatory science started in 2009, and I was really inspired by food activist communities. And then I would volunteer in community kitchens and met with folks who studied food and food security, biochemistry, and microbiology with a focus on food systems. So it was really inspirational. Next slide. And then as I was looking for participatory science in my communities, I found that, because I come from a design and arts background, that bioart really isn't created the same way, and citizen science wasn't as I had seen it on the internet within my communities. It was really interesting in this example in 2015, a social-based, like a social practice arts collective that I was a part of, saw kombucha as a signifier of gentrification in neighborhoods. So it was really interesting to see them see this culture and this like very consumer facing level of bioprocessing as like something that threatens livelihood. So I found that framing really interesting. Next slide. And then during this time, I was also working for the Toronto Youth Food Policy Council as an education lead. And I realized that many years later, it was important to provide young researchers in food systems, and especially like with experimental research, with opportunities for publishing their work. So this was a peer-reviewed journal. Many of the authors in this journal are still developing research or doing community organizing or doing things within the realm of activism, whether if it's in food systems or labor rights. Next slide. And then the following year, we worked on a community arts journal called Melange, which featured multimedia pieces that underwent a submission process by the community. We had submissions about traditional food processing practices and youth-made food memes and lunchbox moment stories, which is sort of like a study in sort of like diaspora when they bring their like lunches of home origin, and the reactions of the workplace or school place is often like a moment of documentation in those studies. But by opening up the submissions to multimedia pieces, we found that there was an incredible amount of diversity in submission formats and subject matter. So next. And the, oh, is it the next slide? Or of the like food memes by kids? Yeah. Guardianship of ecosystems doesn't have to start with science or data. Oh, wait, previous slide, went too far. But it doesn't have to start with science or data collection. Many of the people involved in these publications have grown up to either be in academia, activism, or documentation. And you know, they're involved in food systems or land stewardship or labor rights. And I think this spread was really awesome because of this like youth created meme page, because like, even though this arts-based journal isn't necessarily like a high impact journal, it gave a lot of support for individual trajectories. So maybe they didn't do stuff like this afterwards, but they were still able to pursue research in food systems from a young age, but going at it from a very creative lens. Next slide. And then while I was working for the, while I was working for the Toronto Youth Food Policy Council, I was also working in a kitchen in Toronto as a cook, and I ended up finding a lot of connecting points between creative biology and the work that I was doing. So this is a sample of I worked in a brewery and we had a yeast lab, and there was a lot of experimental yeast collection and brewing in-house. It was like quite an interesting brewery. And there was also a lot of collaboration with small farmers to produce and select crops for menus. And I found it really interesting that a lot of small farmers also had this informal network of experimental crop plots where they would grow certain seeds, see how it did in that climate, and then they would all report back to each other, whether on like emails or forums, or they might be partnered with an academic institution. But I really usually, like if it was with just a small farm, they would just kind of keep the results to themselves. And I was like, oh, like I wish I could hear about this somehow. Next slide. And then after that, I was looking for opportunities to learn how to forage and ferment. And I worked with a bunch of ethnobotanists in Finland to forage and ferment and create workshops in local schools and produce menus for catering. And I thought this was a really beautiful way to learn and share information. And I really wanted to see more models of support for initiatives like this back home in Canada. Next slide. And then, yes. And then this is a project that was very short-lived. It happened just before the pandemic, but Pautai Bio was a workshop series that was in a kind of a semi-abandoned mall in Chinatown that explored the intersections of biology and ancestral knowledge in Chinese culture. And this is where our workshops were held. And not only did it kind of look at sort of like food culture and like sort of traditional Chinese medicine, but also like even like right at the beginning, having a public health 101 and even having discussions on the connections of like being Chinese and sort of the like racial tension of like the last SARS like when SARS happened like many years ago, and like how that might unfold. It was a really important conversation to have. Next slide. And then that kind of like turned into now Jeff is on the board, but all the work has kind of culminated into the community-based publishing platform called Culture, and I'll put it in the chat, well, the portal of all the recordings for this year. But the goal of our platform is to solely focus on community science, ancestral knowledge, and creative biology. We had practitioners working and experimenting, and practitioners like farmers working and talking about experimental South Asian vegetable plots for climate education research, environmental remediation and lead contamination, and then also just like explorations of lab work in climate education and spirituality. We also operate at a really slow pace. So we have a very small labor force, but mainly because we want to be very strategic and picky about the funding that we get, so we can really put our values first. And because we really want to have stable funding to grow at a pace with people who might not have interfaced or thought of a scientific framework before. So if they have an idea and they come from a certain practice and there's an opportunity to integrate scientific research and in whatever means or not, or completely supporting an existing set like practice, we want to take the time to you know, support what is needed and grow as researchers and community with everyone. Anyway, that's the end for me. Oh, and then the next slide is kind of like a list of talks that were there, that I posted the link in the chat, so everyone has access to all of this. I am done.
Awesome, thank you. And sorry for some.
Thank you so much. That's awesome. So the way it works with breakout rooms, I should have them available or see them, and you as participants should see them too and be able to select which one you would like to.
The room should be open, and you should scroll down to the bottom and you'll see the two rooms. They're named for the two of the three speakers, and just click on that and it should take you to that room.
Ananda, I had a quick question.
Yes. Yes.
So I've tried a bunch of different kombuchas, and it strikes me that I'm not aware of microbes actually consuming the fructose component. So I know a lot of kombuchas, you add sugar. The glucose gets readily eaten by the microbes, but I'm curious about the fructose. Are there many microbes that actually eat the fructose?
I haven't really experimented with kombucha to that extent. It was mostly just like a signifier of like, this is in a neighborhood that is predominantly working class. When kombucha kind of arrives in stores, it's kind of like a signifier of gentrification. In the work that I've done, I've mostly just taken any cultures and just have worked with whatever I've had. And then I've done like 16S sequencing just to see what was there at the end, but nothing rigorous in terms of data collection and doing anything like that. But I think Jeffrey has some interesting comments.
Oh, great. Thank you.
Why don't you guys move into the breakout rooms and continue the discussions there?
Tanong kerja tu tadi nur kami beramu kami kat ngagak rumah misal tadi pakai mint tumbuh yang desain, jadi ya cukup ditebang tadi untuk kegunaan yang diambil untuk keperluan masyarakat. Ya orang Medak ya, untuk bisik komunitas kegiatan penuh ya. Sungguh-sungguh orang menua sungutik itu tadi ngetan ke menua. Kami mendapat piagam penghargaan paru-paru, Ecological Prize dari UNDP mungkin sangat besar arti bagi orang sungutik. Itu tadi tidak ya ngetan ke menua tu bukan nama tadi untuk kepentingan tidak aja tapi orang muda tidak tu aman-aman nyaga menua tu. Ujian mayuh udah mayuh macam rintangan cobaan yang udah display kami itu. Bukan setakat nama tu tadi ya nerima aja nama tu tadi tujuan kami sebetulnya ukai mengharapkan bisiknya penghargaan ukainya hari nama PBB kami nak mengharapkannya tetapi kami lebih nama itu tadi kami sigi ngau nekat niat kami impu kami harus ngetan ke menua tu nada minta imbalan dari siapa-siapa pun. Kami di Tuknya tadi udah 20 tahun berjuang supaya wilayah adat kami itu tadi boleh namanya tadi kami jaga boleh menjadi legalitas dari pemerintah. Nah, pertama kami itu tadi untuk menjaga menua tu kami bekerja sama dengan NGO ngagak.
So, sorry, just to answer your question, it's not really, the error rate would get in the way if the platform could be scaled to what we do. So it's not really a question of the error rate yet. It's more that we can't multiplex enough samples per flow cell to where we're capturing the same kind of cost per sample that we do with aluminum.
Okay. All right, thanks. Anyway, love to stay in touch after this. I just got up here, so I didn't catch your talk, but I will be in touch.
Sounds good.
Okay, well, thank you all so much for attending the session. Thank you, Justin, Ananda, and Jeffrey for your wonderful presentations. Feel free to hang around. There's a Slack. The Slack address was, I think, you can find it in the chat. We'll have a short break now, during which a video will play, and then we'll be back for the next session. Hope to see you there.
Do we stop the recording during breaks? Yeah. I'm gonna let Jose go and introduce himself. Jose, you want to take over?
Yes. I will start trying to share my screen. Here. Oh. Are you able to see something?
Yes, it's not in presenter mode, so we can see that. There you go. Wait, nope, I can still see the slides on the side.
Yeah, it's
okay.
It's thinking up, I think. My computer is. Let me wait. I will start again.
Anyway, while she's getting that ready, I just want to say that we really hope after the few presentations we have to open this up and have an open discussion. So get your questions ready, and for after, I think we have 25 minutes. Is that right, Jose? About 25 minutes, and the last 15 minutes will be a discussion.
Yes. So, hi, I'm María José de Soain, and we are LabBA, Laboratorio de Biomateriales de Valdivia, in English, the Valdivia's Biomaterial Laboratory, an autonomous and self-managed organization located in the south of Chile and founded in 2017. We are me and Valentina, Alejandro, Gabriela, and Esteban, and a lot of more people that are always contributing to our work, and because it's a community lab. And so we research and prototype biomaterials, questioning the materialities surrounding us and the culture associated with them, trying to build the basis for a new material culture. We identify ourselves as a kitchen laboratory, which means we try to open our knowledge and research process to the citizens beyond the academy. We understand our work from our territory. This drives us into the idea of creating a new biomaterial palette that is native and responds to our local context and the abundance that surrounds us. And to achieve this, we understand our process as the overlapping of four main guidelines of work. The first one is recognizing natural abundance, and so we model the material abundance of our territory. Here's Valdivia, and so we have the Pacific coast, we have also the Valdivian cold jungle, and we have our Andes mountain, just like 1 hour walk. And also we recognize the abundance related to anthropic processes on a local scale, and we try to return this local anthropic waste back to our productive cycles. We recognize also the cultural heritage of this macro zone, and so we are always trying to associate the ethnobotanical ancestral knowledge to our biofabrication processes. And we also focus a lot on interspecies collaboration, because we want to co-create with nature. And we consciously collect our territorial microbiota to create new native materials. From there, I would like to focus on the idea that we believe it's important to work and develop in this new material culture. That is the view that we are moving towards new regimes of production that are also able to promote territorial autonomies. Our practical experience of integrating all these working guidelines led us to recognize the importance of building initiatives that promote the community's ability to secure sovereignty over their productive processes and abundances. So how do we recognize honest abundance to improve our ecosystems? During our practice, we have been able to recognize apparent abundances deeply rooted in a neoliberal extractivism model, and real abundances, the one that rely on ecosystemic balance to thrive. So to highlight this idea, I would like to share with all of you our work around the maki berry tree, and how we managed to create a bio-based material that responds to this statement. At the beginning of our journey, we started working with kombucha culture and the bacterial cellulose derived from this symbiotic process. But after we managed to domesticate this material, we realized that working with kombucha and the ferment based on tea leaves, this did not respond to local autonomy, since Chile is not a tea producer, and we depended a lot on international supply chains. So the question therefore becomes, what resources do we have in this macro zone in abundance that can replicate this result and not force us to rely on international supply chains? In this search, we came across to Aristotelia chilensis, commonly known as the maqui berry tree. This native species of the Chilean forest caught our attention for several reasons. One of them is the importance of its ecosystemic role in the renewal of the native forest. Maqui is one of the pioneer species.
He's really listening.
Oops. And pioneer species are those that are able to easily colonize highly eroded and degraded soils in order to, within their growth process, modify and enrich the soil, facilitating the colonization of other endemic and native species that may have difficulty in the same process. This capacity makes these species grow in abundance in our territory. Another reason why maqui caught our attention is due to its relationship with local production process associated at the same time with cultural tradition. Maqui is food, is medicine, and its ancestral natural dyes. Ethnobotanical knowledge and conscious forest management that the ancestral communities have worked from generation to generation fits not only human communities, but also animal communities, and such as the Fio bird that relies on this tree to continue their migratory routes from Brazil all the way to Patagonia and back. They disseminate the seeds while continuing their routes to the south, and so naturally reforesting Patagonia and creating the perfect scenario for ecological succession. So the general process consists basically in microbiota extraction. So we process the fruits and the leaves that contain these native microbiota needed for our culture. And we start a wild fermentation process using the bacteria and yeast already present in our original selection without using any starter or mother culture. After a few months of providing the ideal conditions to our culture, our organisms, through this symbiotic process, were able to develop our first layer of bacterial cellulose. And with this successful result, we are now able to co-create with these microorganisms and continue this cycle relying on our local abundance.
Jose, I think we need to move on to Christina to keep with the time.
Okay,
do you want to just wrap up?
Yes, and we also do promote the collective prototyping to get more information of our materials. And that's it. There's no future but biofabricate.
I love your graphics. And now we'll have Christina.
Okay, there. Hi all, I'm Christina. I'm from Ecuador, and I am from Universidad San Francisco de Quito. I work at DLab, it's a design lab from the San Francisco University, and we work on, our work is a collaborative work. Basically, it's between many disciplines because we think it's essential to develop a design and science-based approach that makes us able to embrace like complex systems at the same time that we can simplify them through fresh perspectives and many of the times like navigating ambiguity. So we work with artists, engineers, biologists, and we work with waste. We try to find local waste. In this case, many of the examples that you'll see are from starch. That is our main product that we work with. It's called yucca. And we seek for a daily life more connected to our environment. So for this, we think that we try to work like what we imagine is decentralized systems that are able to work on a circular metabolism. Like if we work with waste, it should be like decentralized, and it makes us able to work more locally and more with DIY processes as well. And I think that in many of the things we see now, there's a big boom of all these biofabrication. Most of them are prototypes, but we are not that far anyway. So I just want to show you a video. It is a 3-minute video of this project called Remix de Barrio. Probably many of you have seen it. It's from Barcelona, from Fabla Barcelona, based in Poblenou. So this will be explained in the video.
Mi nombre es Diego Miguel Ortiz, participé en el proceso de co-creación facilitado por el Fab Lab de Barcelona, aquí en el barrio de Poblenou, y forma parte de Remix el Barrio. Remix el Barrio es un colectivo de diseñadores de biomateriales hechos con restos alimenticios. Estamos explorando nuevas técnicas de ecodiseño colaborativo que involucra redes locales, fomentando prácticas circulares de residuo cero. Estamos transformando los restos de comida en nuevos materiales, productos y servicios, haciendo papel y envases a partir de residuos de cáscara de café, creando lámparas, sillas y macetas originales a partir de huesos de aceituna, cáscara de huevo, mate, diseñando una chaqueta hecha con pieles de naranja, creando tintes naturales a partir de huesos de aguacate, jabones a partir de aceite usado, galletas y snacks para vecinos o animales a partir de las mermas de restaurantes. La ecocreación es un eje fundamental del colectivo Remix el Barrio. Hoy ya no pensamos en la idea de un autor, sino en el intercambio de prácticas y divulgación de conocimientos mediante las expertas del Fab Lab. Estamos unidos en torno a los valores de la cooperación local, la solidaridad, las nuevas formas de artesanía y la circularidad, aquí en Barcelona.
What if in the following years, food waste will become our new treasure? Inspired by Remix el Barrio from Fab Lab Barcelona at IAAC Poblenou, Barcelona's neighborhood has shaped a circular ecosystem with restaurants, citizens, and new fabrication community places. How does it work? It is simple. The circular system, starting from collecting waste from restaurant, transported via cargo bike, pre-processing waste, designing, crafting, and micro-manufacturing of products, redistributing them in local marketplaces, urban gardens, or even directly to restaurants. In 2030, this practice has inspired many other places. Each neighborhood functions as a point of transformation of waste into biomaterials, as a place of meeting and cooperation between designers and artisans, building knowledge and products. Recipes, knowledge and practices are shared in the other barrios of Barcelona, other cities and places in the world. Become a food waste material maker. Learn by making. Think about proximity and local consumption. Care, craft the future now.
So, okay. Oops, wait. There. So yes, we're thinking about a biomaterial future, more circular, more conscious, integrated with the environment. And we fail a lot in the process, but we also see lots of potential in it, like, for example, leather, like materials.
There is, you are. What is that?
Somebody's talking on the. We see some other applications such as like polyester and other that are very elastic, and we see lots of potential in these materials. But I also think that we can't expect to be like plastic, comparing like many times like people ask me, can we wash this? Can we, when will this be like price competitive with plastic? So we just think that we should change the relationships we have with these materials rather than trying to be like plastic. And it has lots of potentials, like you can you can do lots of stuff. But in this process, we also think, okay, what are these new relationships? So, for example, garments that are 100% biodegradable, edible, compostable. This is a collaboration with Anastasia Pistafidou from Barcelona. Or what if they work as probiotic for our body? So they also give us like something else while we use them. And these prototypes are with garments, but it could be with other objects. I just work a lot with garments because I like it, but it could be something else. And also these are seed carriers that we could use them and take them with us. And also in this process, DIY is very important again. For example, this fanny pack was 100% made during the pandemic. So it was from my own waste and then just do it at home. And I think that giving this agency to citizens is very important. And also thinking like everyday life, you know, this packaging that you can also eat it. The one on the left is made of pectin. It's from orange waste. Also, it's very interesting that it is able to thermoform, so it gives us many capacities to do something else with the material. So then you can see the results here on the right. So also, we think like it is still a single-use bioplastic, so we try to avoid this kind of applications. Even sometimes it's very very useful, but we try to think, okay, let's not just change the material, but also avoid making single-use plastics. So in this process, we iterate and validate all the time. Now we're trying to make them more hydrophobic because many of them can't resist water. That's a big problem. And also we are trying to scale some of the processes so we can, for example, imagine like giving people the agency to prepare to make their own materials, even like an in-house way of doing them, even if it's like this single-use material, it's just a possibility. So open workshops are very important. We had Jose from LAPA here in Ecuador, and there's a picture here. But yeah, co-creating alternatives with the community is very important, and making them being like hands-on outside the laboratory, but just thinking that it's easier than people think. So this is very important. And I think in that way, design uniquely contributes to apply research through products, services, experiences that rethink sustainable futures that are able to get into multiple audiences. And with this, I don't know if there's time, but I want to leave you with a 1 minute.
Yes, okay, 1 minute. All right, okay. Go.
It's a video of an example of someone living like a sustainable life. Self-sufficient, actually.
Christina, can we stop it and then move on? And can you add the link to the video in the chat also?
That's a great idea. Okay.
Yeah, I just want to give enough time for our other two speakers.
Yes, of course. Thank you, and I will give you the link.
I love that video, everyone. So please go watch it again. And Christina, I sent you a message, but maybe give people some context about the video. I just love what it was about. And next up, we have Dian-Jen from Post Carbon Lab talking about microbial pigments. Are you going to share your screen?
Yes.
Okay. take it away.
Thank you. Can everybody hear me okay?
Yep.
Yes, actually it was in the previous panel, so if you were with me, you'll see some overlapping slides. So hi everybody. Oh, is it working? Yes. So hi everyone, I'm Dian-Jen Lin, but you can call me DJ, and I'm the co-founder of Post Carbon Lab. And essentially we are a microbial coloration and textile finishing social enterprise. So what we do is that we grow microorganisms on textiles or for textiles. And then they're either used for coating purposes or for coloration purposes. And sometimes if we use algae, cyanobacteria, these kind of photosynthetic microorganisms as we grow for the biomass, we also create carbon capture and storage. So in essence, we are a collaboration-based social enterprise. And then these are some of the potential treatments that we pursue for R&D for textile-based businesses, such as fashion, such as interior, such as product. And these are some of the, can I actually play the video? It's like a small video, just the algae. So these are some of the examples of like the textiles and the colors that we have. And, you know, ranging from the top left would be some bacteria, and then soil-based ones, and then some brown ones, some yeast-based ones to algae. So we have like the green ones here. And then here are some of the, we actually have an exhibition outside. I took a picture of the showcase. So we have from cyanobacteria microalgae to seaweed, which we're not growing in-house. These we have to forage from the shore. And then microbial, bacterial, fungus. Some of these are the drying pigments and how they look like before we sort of like grind them up. And so this is how they look like when we're incubating them. And then that's on the left, you have the colony. On the right, you have how it looks like it's incubating. And then this is how it looks like, the coloration, the sort of gritty, irregular look. And then for the other one, which is we do is the photosynthetic coating, which we basically integrate algae and cyanobacterial colonies into textiles. And then this is how they look like. They have the colors. And then on the left is our screen printed prototype. And then we have been building some of the collaborations with brands and businesses. So on the left, we have a poncho, which within the lining, we have using the green colors from the photosynthetic microorganisms, as well as some t-shirts or some bomber jacket, if people like fashion. And then we also made a collaboration with a musician called Sunena, and we create this beautiful sort of goddess like dress. So it involved, say, using the living photosynthetic microorganisms, as well as the red for the from the bacteria. And then at the bottom, we also had some browns and yellows to resemble the root growth and the colors. And I have a small video of us doing some of the trials. So we are based in London in one of a converted garage, essentially, and then we just do our sort of textile coloration based R&D, you know, with different materials, with different fibers. And then if you were here earlier, we also make our photobioreactors from upcycling Victorian windows that are found in London. And then here's my co-founder Hannes is caring for the garment, because if we use the photosynthetic coating, they'd have to be misted so that they can continue to live. And this is also something we're piloting. These are some of the footage of the filamentous algae. So we use me cooking some textiles. And essentially, we just try to support the color industry development with microorganisms. Oh, I forgot to mention, it's really important that the context is that with all the colors that are present in the industry format, more than 99% are petrochemical based. And we're in the sort of, you know, COP26 climate conversations. It's really important for us to explore different alternatives, similar to the previous panelists, you know, talking about local production. We use local London-based microorganisms, as well as bacteria from the temperate climate, for instance. Yeah, and then this is some of our latest sort of digital development, because we've been experimenting how we can incorporate these microbial pigments into digital printing technology. And these are some of the prototypes we have made in terms of like, you can see on the right one, in terms of consistency, in terms of, you can still see some slightly different shades. It's still not, not perfect yet. We're trying to build a more sort of uniform look, I suppose. So that's kind of all from us. On the left, you have our Instagram. On the right, you have our postcarbonlab.com website and our email. Thank you so much.
Perfect timing. And then
I know I only have 5 minutes.
I'm going to be like, oh, should I? I don't want to interrupt her. Everything's so pretty.
Thank you.
And finally, we come to Nelson, Michael Maker. Are you here?
Hey, how are you? Yes,
Hello?
I'm here.
Hola,
Hello.
welcome.
Can you hear me? Yep.
Yes, we can. Please take over and go ahead and share screen and start.
Okay, first, thank you for the invite, and I want to talk about what we are doing in Ecuador with mushroom mycelium materials. So we have a project that is called resonant beings, well, in Spanish, seres resonantes, in which we collaborate with, well, mushroom growers, artists, and obviously mycelium, in order to do an artistic exposition about micro canvas made from mushroom mycelium. So I represent Micromaker, that is a startup in Ecuador, and well, I am Nelson Dueñas. So in Micromaker, we develop packaging and this kind of applications with mycelium, with mycelium, with micromaterials, and we develop other kind of products here with that kind of, well, with this technology. We develop these things, and we also teach. We have workshops, and that's the aim of the project, to develop materials or techniques also, and share with, in this case, designers here in Ecuador, also artists, and other kind of people. So the thing that I hear in the left are the thing that I have here is a canvas, the first canvas that I cultivate in 2018, and this was like a very easy thing to do, right? Like a very simple thing to do with mycelium. But then we also make an annual event to talk more about micromaterials here in Ecuador. And in this year we are doing the third consecutive year of microtextures, well, microtexturas in Spanish, which is the name of the event in which we share the work that we are doing with the mycelium, with the micromaterials. So we in 2019, I met Juan Fernando, which is this artist that paint the first canvas that I cultivate. So in this, I don't know, that was really interesting because he really loved the browning that we can do with mycelium, and the textures that the canvas can bring to the pieces. So I saw that if we develop the canvas, maybe we can collaborate with artists, and then we can communicate more these techniques and the potential that have micromaterials to develop solutions, right? So we collaborate with artists, and this year we launched this event, which is called Seres Resonantes, like resonant beings, in the way that mycelium or mushrooms and artists can like work together to do some masterpiece, right? So we have 19 pieces, and here we have one that I really like, and in which the browning, these brown colors of the mycelium. Here in the upper right, you can see a primordia, a little mushroom there. These canvas are made with reishi, with Ganoderma, and the artist here like respect the browning. So she paint with with blue like water, like yellow like fire, in the earth, right, like the browning colors of the mycelium. And she respect the lines that the mycelium paint, right? So this is very interesting. And also in the next one, well, this is like browning, the phenomenon that occurs when mycelium gets mature, and normally mycelium is white, but then with time and some oxidation and some processes, they can get these colors naturally. And well, in another one, the artists don't really respect the browning, but use colors very similar to the brown, to the red that the normal or natural colors of browning of this mycelium can bring. And actually, I don't really know what is browning and what is the artist's work, and that's interesting. That's amazing. And I think that this kind of collaboration with artists bring us new possibilities to communicate these technologies, because we have maybe more important applications to develop. But I think that communicating these technologies are very important too. And this strategy to combine mycelium, the technical issues of culturing mushrooms or mycotecture with art, get like easier the communication of the message that mycelium have this potential, right? And we actually love this idea. In this one, the artist, that this one is called the hunter, well, the cazador, and the browning actually limitate again the artist to do this kind of thing that he did in this with the eye of the hunter, right? So that's it. Actually, we are doing this exposition until the 4th of December in a botanical garden here in Ecuador, in the capital, in Quito. And well, we have also some other things, not only canvas, but this kind of art that was developed with other artists, and this is called the Nyang, which the idea was to present like the evolution of mycelium, like the first mask is like white, like normal mycelium. The second one has like a little more browning. This third one, a huge browning, and the fourth, it was intended to be a fruit body, right? So that's like the evolution. Here, the fruit body is in the first one. So, well, but it's a little bit hard. This work was a little bit hard, but it's interesting. The pieces that they develop. So yeah, we are Mycomaker, and we develop mushroom materials in Ecuador, and yeah, that's it. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
We wanted to leave a little more time for discussion, but everyone's presentation was so interesting. I didn't want to stop people. Jose and Christina, and also Dian-Jen and oh, is my video not working? Dian-Jen and Nelson. I think we, we wanted this session as a first initiation into us gathering again as a community. I think Christina and I started this topic with dreams of like a huge gathering to connect the communities that we know. And I think we also wanted to make this a little more interactive for the people who are not speaking, the participants here, and maybe sharing any thoughts you have about, we've touched a lot of topics about thinking about true abundances for our raw materials when we think about making. Also in terms of like, current waste that we have, and, what does it, how do we work with that and designing with that? And of course, like my favorite is, as we do these things, like these are done in collaboration with, the species around us. It's not just us making. And of course, we can make in new ways that we haven't done. Like I love the canvas and Nelson. and you know, that texture that you create, and instead of the, you know, people were doing that with paint, right? And then now you're doing that with the canvas. That's really cool. So yeah, wondering, anyone have any thoughts? We can start with the speakers, or anyone who wants to unmute themselves. You don't have to show your video.
Great talks, everyone. I have a question for the Myco maker. I'm wondering if you're using, kind of like the other speakers were talking about, using like local things, like are you using local fungi, or, and then my second question is, are you restricting yourself to mushrooms, or are you guys looking at like ascomycetes too?
Well, we work with mycelium, because ascomycetes also, we can also work with mycelium with ascomycetes, but we normally use basidiomycetes, and we work with reishi, with ganoderma. We actually have we are developing a new strain, a local strain of trametes, which is very interesting too. But we started cultivating medicinal mushrooms, so we have a commercial strain of reishi. And the other thing was, we are developing also when we collect reishi spores, we can do some pigments. So because this is like brown, really tiny, like powder, and when if you mix it with oil and other stuff, you can paint with that. I don't know much about how to do that, but we are collecting these spores, and actually we have painted some stuff with that. But the artist painted with a lot of things, but the mainly is the acrylic based paint.
You can also make, I think, from like the mushroom green elf cup. There's also these blue and green and yellow pigments that you can make from mushroom if you're interested. Oh, and also the pink oyster mushroom.
Yeah. Here we have the Pycnoporus sanguinea. I don't know if they changed the name, but it's like a really red mushroom, and you can have like a very orange color with that fruit body. Yeah.
Is that a local mushroom then? I've not heard of that.
Well, it grows here, but I think it's also like in other places too. The Pycnoporus sanguinea, which I think that's the name, the scientific name of that. Yeah.
Okay, I think we have 2 minutes left. And I think maybe one thought I want to throw out there, you know, as we've been talking about planning this session, we were thinking about scaling. And so, you know, I think when we think about, you know, tackling climate change and scaling up, you know, there's some, you know, what needs to scale up, what should we scale up, and can we, and do we have to? And also, I think this idea of like the urgency, you know, I mean, we've known that with climate change, like this is something we should have addressed much earlier, and then suddenly now it's very urgent because finally, you know, people are paying attention. And so, you know, these are some of the thoughts that we were having, and would love to hear also again from the participants, you know, what you think about, you know, locally, you know, the waste that you have or problems that you have, and also if you want to continue this discussion, please email us. And we will send out a big list, because I think we want to gather again, you know, probably like early next year, and connect. I want to really connect also the Asia communities, because the timing has not been great. Any last words?
Go ahead, DJ.
I just want to say, it kind of what Adeline was saying, I think everybody's talking about scale, and then if you scale up, you'll be able to have impact. But I think something that people probably forget to talk about is the impact of the scaling itself. Because obviously if you want to upscale, you're going to have to buy new equipment, and some of these new equipment are manufactured in China, you know, with no LCA attached to that. And that's, I don't know, getting minerals from developing countries, employing, I don't know, blood slavery, whatever. I just think there's a lot more issues that needs to be discussed if we want to actually talk about, you know, how to scale sustainably is probably the question. And then you can say, oh, how do we scale?
I think also that we should probably change, or maybe if we want to scale these things, we need to change the model. For example, here in Chile, we don't have any industry at all. And so for us, it's scaling is being able also to create the factories like to start from really from scratch. We can't adapt anything because we don't have industries to create things. We just bring everything from elsewhere. So when everybody asks us, like, when are you going to scale this? It's like, okay, no, we need to talk about a lot of things before that, and to secure also that the scaling processes are being done locally and not thinking about addressing a global industry or a global supply chain. Like, I think probably it doesn't make sense in lots of materials. Maybe in some of them they will make sense, but probably not in every single material.
Yeah, and probably before scaling, we should know to learn to do it first locally, and maybe learn how to use, for example, what I do. I use my own material locally, while you in Chile or you in Singapore do your the same thing but with your own materials. So that makes more sense. To do something with what we have in each country.
All right, we need to wrap up because we need to move on to, again, please everybody stay. We were just talking about COP26, and now we have reflections from some of our friends who were there. So thank you very much to Nelson and Dian-Jen too. And I will just email me after this if or any of us if you want to continue this with later in 2022. And now we are going, I think, Jean-Luc, I see you are here too. Wait, are you there? And Paul?
I'm here. Paul here?
Aha,
I'm
oh
here,
good.
yeah. I'm here.
Beautiful. Okay, so I don't know who wants to fight to go first. But we have Jean-Luc.
I wouldn't fight Paul.
And I wouldn't fight you, Jean-Luc, so you go.
Okay, so you know what? Let's let Paul speak first since he is our guest for Bio Summit. And Paul is someone I met through the Singapore Eco Film Festival that I have been running, and I love If Not Us, Then Who. I love the title. I wanted to name our session If Not Us, Then Who to start actually, and we've been playing some of their films, during the break. So Paul, tell us about your experience. He's the executive director, and you have 5 minutes, so please go.
Okay, thank you for a wonderful introduction. So COP26. So yeah, I guess If Not Us, Then Who, just to give a bit of context, is an organization that provides strategic communication support to indigenous and local peoples. And so part of our remit going into COP26 was to how do we create event spaces or avenues for the leaders that we work with to meet decision makers to connect at COP. And so our event space is ourvillage.us. It's Our Village, it's called, and it's sort of been developed in partnership with a group called the Global Alliance of Territorial Communities, which is tropical forest-based indigenous groups. Also this year, we work very closely with Leo Cerda from the Black Indigenous Liberation Movement. As we have since 2018 with the Hip Hop Caucus. And so what we try to create with the Our Village space is an informal, kind of emotionally open kind of space where leaders can feel that they can talk about the things that most sit with them, that maybe the formal spaces don't provide. And so it's very much a conversation about where the indigenous worldview intersects with Black communities and Black leadership around COP. And so we had a whole range of, I think, 13 to 14 nights worth of programming all around COP at the Glasgow Centre for Contemporary Arts, looking at subjects like, what does it mean to belong? Can I live? How do you decolonize the climate crisis? What are climate impacts? And so taking all of those really important questions at this time and really getting deep diving in them with amazing frontline activists. And so we showcased some beautiful work from Fenty Balogun, a British Nigerian actor and activist,
He's done a theatre piece trying to understand what it is to be a British Nigerian climate activist, and kind of getting to the bottom of what he knows about climate change. And so it was really powerful piece called Can I Live, which you can still see online, I think. And so some really beautiful conversations came out of that, you know, about the need that how the climate conference isn't addressing things like emissions. Our emissions aren't really being talked about, aren't really being taken. Steps to reduce emissions don't seem to be as amplified as they should be. You know, and I think while there has been deforestation pledges and some good commitment to indigenous communities, I think, you know, reduction, recycling, reusing, all of that is left out of the climate talks from what I can understand in the official spaces. And it's mostly about how can we commercialize the climate crisis, right? How can we make as much money as possible from this transition? And that's what I guess saw coming out of the formal spaces, which going into the blue zone, I found a little bit soul destroying, it's got to be said. Like a lot of greenwashing, a lot of countries saying things that they're doing when, you know, on the ground, the reality is different. And so there was a lot of that going on, and I guess I was super grateful to have a space outside of that, which Jean-Luc, I know we've spent a lot of time hanging out together in, but really where you got to see, you know, frontline, you know, Guatemalan, Mexican, indigenous peoples talking about what they're doing on the ground, you know, Ecuadorian leaders, you know, the Reverend Ewan and the Hip Hop Caucus talking about climate impacts in Louisiana, like really sort of people-based ground truthing of what's going on with this climate crisis. And I think for me, what was exciting about COP26 was that meeting people face to face, like feeling the emotions of everybody, trying to understand where everybody is in their world, and then really trying to plot a path forward that is going to affect what's going on in the formal spaces, which I think is very much a closed shop, very much business as usual, or how do we maintain business as usual in GDP, and less about how do we, you know, what is climate justice, like how is that linked to racial justice, those sorts of topics, I think, which are
I'm so sorry to interrupt. I wish
I've been going on for too long.
I wish we had way more time. I just wanted to give Jean-Luc also like
sorry, Jean-Luc.
No, I just want to give 2 minutes, and then maybe, you know, both your thoughts about, like, you know, going forward, like, and in the past COPs you've been to, just, you know, what do they mean, and you know, what should we be spending more of our time on? But Jean-Luc, maybe you can have 2 minutes. I'm so sorry. I wish we had more time.
Good. I have a tendency to ramble.
No, not at all. It's super interesting for me. I think everybody who's here also, you know, is enjoying this personal experience.
Yeah, and in my experience, definitely, I was working with a past Bio Summit participant, Chris Fazzano, who I've been working with on his project, the Empathy Accelerator. And throughout the course of the 2 weeks that we were there in Glasgow, we shared a house with his adopted sister from Schwetmek territory, Tamara Archie, who was working on the ground in regards to all of the graves of children that were lost to the residential and boarding school crisis. So that, you know, there's kind of a bouncing ball as far as like how that actually connects to environmental justice, but the keystone of it is sort of the preservation and the disruption of traditional knowledge of indigenous peoples that needs to be preserved, that needs to continue, because when we think about that meme of 80% biodiversity and 24% of the Earth's surface, you know, and held by so many indigenous peoples, it's because of that traditional knowledge that we're continuing forward to this point. And we lost children to these residential and boarding schools because of their standing for the knowledge. Children as young as 3 years old. And so going into COP, there was a lot of critiques about the privilege and the access, because a lot of our indigenous communities globally do not have access to vaccines. We're not able to complete visa requirements in order to get to Glasgow. And so there was actually an access issue at that point. And so saying that I'm an indigenous person that was there is sort of like, and even to have a space such as our village, it's definite to be that close is something that is very very generous for the organizers, and it is something that we're very grateful for. But also, you know, having that ability to go from the Blue Zone to the side events such as Our Village, attending the People Summit and going to the Just Transition Hub, thinking about not just what Indigenous peoples are doing, but frontline workers, labor, what's happening there. And so, you know, one of the main things for all of these groups, but Indigenous peoples especially, a figure coming out of COP is that there were twice as many fossil fuel lobbyists that were there in the total amount of Indigenous peoples. So you really see how the numbers are skewed against us. And while I'm having like this whole you know, valuable experience of listening, learning, connecting with everybody, there was a sobering moment at the last day of my last day in the Blue Zone, when I was hearing people in the action zone actually like talking and arguing about like, look, you know, the policies as they are right now have us on trajectory for 2.4 Celsius increase by 2100, far exceeding the 1.5 that all of these parties, these nation states have you know, promised to have us on track for. And then when I'm coming back to the United States, our President Biden actually was completing the sale of 80 million plus acres of the Gulf of Mexico for more fossil fuel drilling. So we need to stop all of these extractive systems, and also we need to, any agreement going forward, you know, whether it's Paris, whether it's Glasgow, whether it's Cairo coming up, you know, these nation states need to actually have language in these agreements that say we're going to finally honor the rights of Indigenous peoples and our obligations to those Indigenous peoples. So I'm gonna just kind of leave it there short.
No,
and then
I mean, I feel like I'm sure I don't know, people are putting questions in the chat, but you know, we need to give time to our last presenter of the day, Andrea. I think she's here too. Paul and Jean-Luc, I know Chris and Tamara both are, you know, they have their travels. I don't know, I would love to see how we also keep, you know, this be, you know, the movement, like what needs to happen, you know, that the Bio Summit family is also tied into this. Paul, I know you've got a lot of things going on too, but perhaps we can plan something again. I know I keep saying this, I said this at the session before this as well, but you know, I think like this is an introduction for the Bio Summiters who, you know, haven't really been paying attention or who also want to get more involved and I want to support what you're doing. So thank you, Paul and Jean-Luc, for your time. You know, I think it's, for me, I think it gives us hope that like change can happen, because you know, when you see these big, you know, global gatherings and you're just like, what have we been doing for decades? So anyway, okay, so Andrea, I'm gonna welcome Andrea to the stage, and again, everybody thank Paul and Jean-Luc, and yeah, and so now we have Andrea, who has kindly, I think she's going to take us on a tour, is that right?
Yes, I'm going to present Andrea now.
Okay, wonderful.
Andrea Bandoni is a Brazilian designer and educator with a strong focus on sustainability and creativity. She graduated from the Design Academy Eindhoven, the Netherlands, and at the moment she's doing her PhD in design at Lisbon University, investigating about biodesign in the Amazon region. Hi, Andrea.
Hello. Thank you so much, Jose, for inviting me for this amazing event, and also especially in this track that is so special, I think. Well, so I don't know, can you see my screen?
Yes.
Yeah?
Yes.
Okay, so this is the virtual exhibition that I'm gonna make a small tour, and then I'll be explaining you shortly what this is about. The name is Objects of the Forest. So this website, I've added the link in the chat, was launched last year. It was it was because actually it should be a physical exhibition, and then because of the pandemic, it turned into a virtual exhibition, which is maybe better because it can travel much more. But still, it was a good. I mean, it was important to develop a lot of features with the web designers as we were moving from physical to digital, and this is about objects. And the objects presented here are all from the Amazon region, and they were collected in an expedition that was especially focused on design that we did in 2012, so it's almost 10 years ago. And why we did that expedition at that time. So here you have also the timeline of the project, and you can see what happened. But the thing is, yeah, I had the experience. The first thing is that I saw an amazing object just by chance when traveling in the Amazon, and I thought, if I could make, you know, a small trip here, I would for sure find amazing sustainable materials and things that could inspire other designers and other people interested in materials and also in the Amazon. And then, yeah, I also did, when doing this expedition, we did some workshops with people in Manaus and Belém, and then we collected a lot of ideas for our project. So here you have also an interactive map. I hope my connection is good enough, but we have this map where we found some of the objects, and yeah, we developed this in quite interactively, so you can see, yeah, where in which regions we could find, and they were all in use and mostly in urban regions, I have to say. So we didn't go too far deep in the forest to find them, which is quite interesting, I think, because we can see that these things are quite still being used locally. And what I think is interesting, I will be really short now, you can explore, here you have the main menu of the exhibition, so you can explore the objects. And what I think is most interesting, and then it connects a lot to the people that were just speaking before me, is that most of these objects have indigenous roots. So you can understand much better the objects when you find where they come from. We have here some text and extras, and what else? Here we have some explanations about the material and techniques. But I think what is really important, I mean, when doing this selection, we could notice that it's really hard to kind of label the objects under the labels that we usually utilize for industrial products. For example, normally we say, whoa, this is furniture, or this is a toy, or this is, I don't know, a kitchen utensil. But when dealing with this selection, it was really hard because some objects, they go through many of these definitions. And maybe this tell us a lot about this different biomateriality that we are looking for, or, you know, this different relationship with the environment. Also, I think it's nice to say that there are some texts here that were done especially for this exhibition. So there are some interviews with, this is a photographer from the Amazon. This is a professor that also can tell us a lot about the history of looking at nature through designer's eyes. So I think these projects at this moment, it can bring a lot of light into the discussion. And also, I think the text, sometimes they can help us, think a little bit in different ways and in different perspectives. So I've added the link in your chat here. I know this is really short. I don't have time to explain you a lot, but I hope you can explore it. And also I've sent you the original ebook that was done in 2012, so you can see where the exhibition comes from. And also at the last link, you can see a lot of, I mean, we did a blog while traveling the Amazon. So you can see the other findings we had and other details in case you are really interested. Yeah.
Did you join the Slack, the community Slack?
Not really. I'm so sorry. I'm so late in the Bio Summit. I just started watching today, so I still need to
No,
take
don't
a look
worry.
at Slack.
I was going to tell you that you can. I will make sure that you can go in the community Slack, and we can continue with questions and everything regarding to your work over there.
That's nice.
And we need to go now to the nucleus room to join the plenary session. So we are going to close this session, and we can all go to the other room. Thank you, Andrea, so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody.